Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file case CBC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note that the accused are all present in court today. We will continue today hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04401. Before the witness is brought in, the panel will issue an oral order on filing F02729 and the SPO's email of 30 October 2024. The panel notes that in an email sent on 30 October 2024, the SPO informed the panel and the parties and the participants that page U015-8879 of item U015-8743 to U015-9047, which the SPO showed to Mr. Salimi during his 2020 SPO interview, and which the SPO therefore intended to tender for admission in its filing F01351 due to an administrative error, is not contained in Exhibit P00765, which was admitted pursuant to the panel's decision in F01917. The SPO therefore requests the admission of page U015-8879 and its corresponding English translation. The defense did not respond to the SPO's communication of 30 October 2024. In F02729, filed on 18 November 2024, the SPO submitted that page 076604 of Exhibit P0760, that's P00760, does not reflect the page actually shown to Mr. Thaçi during his July 2020 SPO interview, insofar as it should contain page SITF 00243028 rather than page SITF 00243029. Given that both pages SITF 00243828 and SITF 00243029 have separately been admitted as P01749, the SPO requests that page SITF 00243028 of Exhibit P01749, which is P01749ET in English, be linked to Exhibit P0760, and the comment field in legal workflow be updated to reflect the relevant procedural history. The SPO also submitted that 4 associated exhibits from Mr. Salimi in 2019 SPO interview were erroneously not tendered in SPO's filing F01351. The panel refers to the items identified in footnote 10 of filing F02729, consisting of a decision signed by Mr. Salimi, 2 interviews given by him, and contemporaneous photographs. The SPO submits that these items are relevant and probative and were used and discussed in P00761 and should therefore be admitted. The defense did not respond to filing F02729. The panel notes that the SPO intended to tender in its filing F01351 the relevant items that I have just mentioned, but due to administrative errors, failed to do so. The panel is satisfied that for the reasons stated in the SPO submissions and just recalled in this oral order, the Rule 1381 requirements have been met in relation to page U015-8879 of item U015-8743 to U015-9047, as well as the items listed in footnote 10 of filing F02729. These items and their corresponding translations are therefore admitted into evidence. The panel accordingly directs the registry to append page U015-8879 to P00765 with new exhibit number P00765.1. 2. Insert U015-8879-ET into the existing exhibit P0765 ET2, and 3. Assign exhibit numbers to the admitted items listed in footnote 10 of filing F02729, linking them to exhibit P00761. The panel further directs the registry to link page SITF 00243-028 of exhibit P01749, which is P01749 ET in the English, to exhibit P00760 and update the comment field in the legal workflow to reflect the relevant procedural history. This concludes the oral order. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in. I note for the record that duty counsel for W04401 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, duty counsel. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question so that the interpreters can catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will accommodate you. I remind that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided you on Thursday by the panel are still applicable and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We continue now with questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office. Please give them your attention. Mr. Halling, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, witness. Just to pick up where we left off at the end of last week, we were talking about a NEGROTS meeting in mid-1998 that was attended by you and others, including the 4 accused. And this is on pages 23021 to 23024 of last Thursday's transcript. And you were also saying that there were appointments discussed in that meeting, but they were only on paper, except for Jakub Krasnici's appointment as a spokesperson. And you remember General Staff Directorates only being created after that meeting. Is that a fair summary of what you were saying at the end of the hearing last week?
Yes, it is.
I now like to ask the court officer to please pull up P1277, page U015-8833. And this is part of a larger item, U015-8743 to U015-8935. And to have that page available in Albanian and English. Now, witness, as this is being put on the screen, you were shown part of Jakub Krasnici's book, The Big Turn, in your preparation session. This is another page from that same book, and I wanted to ask you about it.
I'm sorry, but P1277 is not in the presentation queue, so I'll have
It
to
can be
find it.
pulled from the English version of the full book then, which would be U015-8743 to U015-8935, ET Revised 1, which is in the presentation. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. So witness, this is the page that I wanted to ask you about. Jakub Krasnici is saying here on the top of the page, nevertheless, the KLAGS announced on 11 June 1998 by political statement number 3 that the spokesperson of the KLAGS was Jakub Krasnici. He then gives a makeup of the general staff at that time, and then below that, on the bottom of the page, it says this makeup of the KLAGS was confirmed in the GS meeting held in Negros. And I wanted to focus on what Jakub Krasnici says the makeup of the general staff is. You see Azim Sula, General Commander, you're listed as Deputy Commander, Recep Salimi, General Inspector, and then we see directorates, Hashim Thaçi, Chief of Information Directorate, Kadri Vaseli, Chief of Intelligence Service Directorate, and so on. My question is, does this page affect your understanding on whether General Staff Directorates existed by June 1998?
Yes.
Can you please explain further?
This was a meeting that was held at Negros. It was an attempt on our side to start up with a formation like the Kosovo Liberation Army. It is a meeting out of which Jakub Krasnici was appointed as spokesman for the KLA. And the objective behind this appointment was because of the propaganda in the Kosovo opinion about the Kosovo Liberation Army. So our goal was for us to have a meeting point, as it were, as to what was the Kosovo Liberation Army. These were, yes, the names that we have here, but as per the functions, I don't think that was entirely correct. this became fully operational with the arrival in Kosovo of Bislim Zirapi, and it was a process that ended up with the full structuring of the KLA by the end of 1998. The composition remained the same that is as to what's written here.
You said that Mr. Krasniqi was at this meeting in Negros. So if I understand your last answer, is it your view that he's mistaken in setting out the directorates on the page at this time?
Given that we are talking about a book that came out of the war, it is highly likely. I cannot surmise what Mr. Krasniqi wanted to say in this book or with this passage. However, these are names that were indeed mentioned, but they remained in paper. They were never made public, and none was able to complete the tasks that are outlined here in this book.
So that sounds slightly different from what you were saying last week. Were these directorates, including the Intelligence Service Directorate, discussed at this meeting?
I can't recall exactly, because the meeting focused largely on the appointment of a spokesman for the Kosovo Liberation Army, so I cannot recall every single detail of what was discussed at that meeting. We tried, however, to start building up the KLA, but we were unable to do it until the arrival of the military experts like Bislim Zirapi, Fatim Ceyla, and so on, people who were fully schooled with the military organization.
Now, witness Kadri Veseli is also asked about the Intelligence Service Directorate in his Baton Hassiu interview. I don't think we need to put the page on the screen, but for the record, it's P1859, page SPOE 000-53011. And just so you know what was asked and answered, Baton Hassiu asked, what is G1 and G2? And Kadri Veseli responded, G2 was the Intelligence Service Directorate of Kosovo. This decision was taken in June of '98. Do you have any reason to dispute what Kadri Veseli said to Baton Hassiu?
I have no reason to contest what Kadri Veseli said. What I am saying, however, is that they would have been unable to fulfill their tasks. These were names that were never made public, and so they were unable to fulfill the tasks that are outlined here until the structure of the KLA. That is, but if there was anything of the matter said, I cannot contest it, at least to the best of my knowledge.
So is it correct then that the directorates themselves were established by June 1998?
No, because as I said, we were unable to fulfill those tasks. I don't even believe that they were written down on paper either at the time. Mr. Krasniqi describes it as such in this book, which refreshes my memory of this meeting, the memory that these were discussed, that is. But as far as the specific names that were given here with specific positions, this is what I'm learning here for the first time.
In the Kadri Vaseli quote that I just gave to you, he says the decision for G2 was taken in June of 98. Is Kadri Vaseli mistaken then as to when G2 was established?
Nuk po kontestoj.
I'm not contesting that.
But when I just asked you, is it correct that the directorates themselves were established by June 1998, you said no. But Kadri Vaseli says the decision was taken in June 98. I'm just trying to understand how your evidence compares with what I've quoted to you.
Unë thash ka
What I said was that this constituted only an attempt. An army that aims at having a proper organization cannot function effectively with these few names, two of whom were not even present in Kosovo. At the time, the general commander cited here, Zemsuda, was not in, and neither was the chief of logistics and supplies, Javid Haliti. Hashim Thaçi and Kadri left for Albania on several occasions. So, I do not think that one can speak of an organized staff which was only functional, as it were, with the presence of 3 people.
Officer, now, please put on the screen SPOE 00226856 to SPOE 002268557, and it would be the second of those 2 pages in Albanian and English. Witness, you said that Recep Salimi also attended this meeting. I wanted to look at something that he wrote for the Kosovo Museum on this same point. And I'll just wait for a moment. So it says on the top of the page here, in May 1998, the KLA General Staff established all its constituent directorates, becoming fully formed and structured from the command level to every other detail involving the organization of the General Staff. And then you see a list of directorates with G1, G2, and so on next to them, including an intelligence service directorate. And this is indicating even earlier than the Negrots meeting, but it's another indication that certain directorates existed by June 1998. Is Recep Salimi also mistaken in what he says here?
Recep Salimi po thot në maj, unë
Recep Salimi is mentioning May, and I'm not aware that the General Staff had been informed by May. If I recall correctly, our attempt to this end was made in June in the village of Negrots, and not May, as it's written here. There were no G1, G2, G3, or G4 at the time. We were not aware of these monikers at the time. None of us was a military expert to be able to know this coding and naming. This only became operational with the organization of the KLA, with the arrival of the career officers at the end of 1998. I think that there is a bit of an exaggeration here that has come with the passage of time. So, from my point of view, this does not correspond to reality.
Your Honors, the items shown to this witness are demonstrating a direct connection between the Negrots meeting confirmed by the witness and the General Staff directorates. all of these items are relevant both for the existence of directorates by that point and the credibility of the witness on this point. The Krasniqi and the Vesely pages discussed are already admitted. This document is not. It's seized from Recep Salimi's residence. It's been discussed in the hearing before as well. It's prima facie admissible, and we tender it at this time.
Any objection?
Your Honour, sorry. Your Honour,
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
I do object. All I have to do is quote the last line of the witness's answer, and hopefully that should suffice. So from my point of view, this does not correspond to reality. I'm not entirely sure how prosecution counsel can therefore tender this exhibit through this witness after that statement.
And, Mr. President, my objection is the prosecution has in part said that it's to challenge the credibility of the witness. This goes back to the objection I made last week. He's not allowed to challenge the credibility of the witness with this document. 143 is very specific on how you can impeach your own witness, and per the Chamber's earlier ruling, it can only be done through a statement.
Again, we disagree that we've done anything outside the bounds of the rules of procedure and evidence, that this document from one of the accused on General Staff Directorates isn't prima facie admissible. I don't know what would be. So we would tender it for admission at this time.
SPOE 00226-856 to SPOE 00226-857 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P081881, and can we clarify the classification, please?
This item can be classified as public.
Be classified as public.
Thank you. If we could now put P1109 on the screen. For the moment, it can just be the Albanian version only. The ERN for the record is U0022855 to U0022868. Now, witness the item on the screen now, and if we could zoom out just a little so that more of the text is visible. This is a packet of papers that were shown to you in the preparation session. I want to ask you about the contents of these pages, but just as a preliminary starting point, there are 14 pages. I wanted to quickly go page by page just to ask the question of whether it is your handwriting and whether you wrote the page in question. Do you understand?
Yes.
5 is, did you write this page?
Joo.
No.
6. Did you write this page?
Skrimi jam duket.
It appears to be my handwriting.
2857. Now, this is the one page in the set that's not written by anyone because it's typed. But do you know anything about what this document is or who made it?
Joo, nuk e di.
No, I do not.
Go to 2858. Did you write this page?
Po.
Yes.
This page?
Po.
Yes, I think so.
2860. Your writing?
Po.
Yes.
Your writing?
Po.
Yes.
2?
Këto s'pomoj me
I'm unable to determine with any certainty. I can't.
And on the bottom, is that your writing?
På, duget på.
It appears so.
4?
På,
Yes.
Your writing?
på,
Yes.
Same question.
på,
Yes.
Is this your writing?
jo,
No, it is not.
Only 2868.
jo.
No.
If we could now pull up the English version of this exhibit and go to back to page U0022861. So witness, focusing on this page, it says meeting of the KLA General Staff, 30 December 1998. Did you attend a meeting of the KLA General Staff where topics of the kind discussed on this page were discussed?
På,
Yes.
It has your name listed next to something called the Promotions Commission. Did the Promotions Commission ever become operational?
jo, här
No, never.
ska vi på.
Because we didn't have ranks in the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Where it says Commission for the Delineation of Operational Zones, there's something that says Intelligence Service, Kadri's Deputy. Do you remember the name of Kadri's Deputy at this time?
Så en pjäs som
In which part? Because I'm not finding it.
So if you look where it says the Commission for the Delineation of Operational Zones, and then there is an arrow to the right, or actually the arrow just above to the right where you see your name, and then if you keep scrolling, looking down that column of names, there's something that says
på,
Yes, yes.
på.
Yes, yes, no.
person on 30 December 1998.
Nog kom idén.
I have no idea. I don't know if Kadri Veseli had any deputy. So I don't know what this is about.
Can you explain why you would have written Kadri's deputy in the context of a 30 December 1998 meeting if there was no such deputy?
Nog är det.
I don't know. I don't know. Or maybe there was a person, but I can't be sure. I don't know. I don't remember.
Det så ska ni här men
Since there is no name, I have nothing to say.
Where it says Luli on the lower left corner of the page, just above that is a number. Do you know what that number is?
nog är det.
I don't know.
Did you sign this page?
På
Yes, I did. From the signature I see here, it appears that I must have written it. As I said in the preparatory session, it may be something that I wanted to write about, like a newspaper article. I don't believe it must have been written during the war period, since I don't know to have used this signature.
If this wasn't written during the war period, why did you sign it?
något dokument för mig.
It's not a document for me. From its appearance, it doesn't seem so. In a document, it's not allowed to write such notes, to put phone numbers, signatures after signatures. It doesn't appear to be an official document of the KLA. Otherwise, it would have been a mistake.
För deras är syerna speciellt.
I don't know why, I don't know what reason to give you, but probably I wanted to refer maybe it to some article or book. But to me it seems it must have been written after the war.
Talking about your signature, can you identify, and maybe with the assistance of the court usher, if the witness could just mark this in pen on the page, could you just indicate where exactly your signature is on this page?
Något kom fasen i fjol.
I don't have a complete page here.
Can you see now?
På.
Yes, now yes. It's here, this one. Here, here, here. It's on 6 places.
Thank you. We'd ask that this be pulled and admitted as a separate page. I don't know if it can be related to P1109. Correct.
So U002861 is admitted. We'll have to rely on the expertise of the court officer as to how we can tag this to that other.
Johannes, I can save the image as is marked and then add assign it exhibit 1109.1.
Thank you.
No objection.
It is admitted, is it public or confidential? Or?
I believe this page can be classified as public.
All right, the exhibit is reclassified as public.
Witness, you were talking about how these notes may have been written after the war period. Does that apply to every one of the notes you said you wrote in the sequence I showed you earlier?
Smuta mig.
I couldn't verify them during the time I could see them on the screen.
Well, why don't we go to another specific page? Please go to U0022863 in both English and Albanian. Witness, is that your signature on the bottom of the page?
på.
Yes.
Was this written also after the war period?
Nuk e di.
I don't know. I don't know. My practice is to use signatures often. Almost in every article I write, I put my signature.
Is it your practice to put 1998 next to your signature for documents written after that year?
Varet.
It depends.
Thjesht të komendu
I never thought that it might have an impact,
her basere.
and I often use it.
Finally, if we could go to page U002, 2865. You see here, 29 December 1998, meeting of the General Staff. And then below this line, it says Blaram Kuchi deserter. Was there a General Staff meeting you attended around this time where Blaram Kuchi being a deserter was discussed?
Është përfol
It was said that he left Kosovo without reporting to anyone, without giving any explanation to anyone, or reporting on his departure from Kosovo. But that this document was written at that time, I still say I can't be sure. Either it was taken from some other document and written later. I can't remember.
On the lower left-hand corner of this page, is that your signature?
po.
Yes, yes, mine.
A 98 written next to that signature?
Po.
Yes, yes.
One last detail about this page. On the bottom, it says Sunday the 13th at 12 hours, a meeting held with the participation of Gani Krasniqi. Starting from the beginning of the war in March, April 1998, did you see Gani Krasniqi?
Mund ta kem po.
I may have seen him, I'm not sure.
And Your Honors, if we could please go to paragraph 24 of preparation note 2 on this to probe a possible inconsistency.
Yes, go ahead.
Witness, in the prep session, you indicated that in March, April 1998, you saw Gani Krasniqi in Drenica helping the population there. Is that true?
Po.
Yes, yes.
So would you see him and meet with him in the Drenica area?
Gani Krasniqi nuk më po.
I saw Gani Krasniqi in many occasions. He was one of those who helped a lot the population and often the KLA as well, with various food provisions. I saw him several times. I can't be accurate about the time or the month, but along the year, in the course of the year. Not only in Drenica, but also in my native village, where he brought food stuffs.
Would you also see him in Malasheva?
Po.
Yes, probably I have.
And going back to the Drenica zone, how often would you visit the Drenica zone in the course of the war?
Po gjatë luftës unë kam ketë
My family was in parts of Drenica during the war. My mother is from that region. My aunt on my father's side, she was married in Drenica. So I went there several times. My sister is married there.
Med
So I have several relatives living in Drenica.
On visits to Drenica, would you sometimes speak with Suleiman Salimi?
Süleyman Selim'in
I met Suleiman Selimi to discuss daily matters, but I don't think of any special importance, but yes, we did meet.
And then just one last question about Gani Krasniqi. Do you know anything about his relationship with the accused, or at least at that time, 1998?
Jos Vad den här punkten Tamar.
Can you repeat the question, please? I didn't understand it well.
Certainly. Do you know anything about Gani Krasniqi's relationship with the accused, at least at that time, 1998?
Förpass rapport över
You mean other than the relationship based on the war? I don't think, or I don't remember of any other relationship among them.
And Your Honors, if we could again go to that same paragraph 24 of preparation note 2.
Yes, go ahead.
So the last sentence of this paragraph, witness says, Gani Krasniqi was friends with Rambuya and Jakub Krasniqi, as before the war they were political prisoners. Is that accurate?
på
Yes. Yes.
The document that we have been discussing, you kept suggesting that it had been written after the war period. Witness, we have information that this item was seized by the Serbian authorities in Kosovo during the war period. How could the Serbian authorities have done that if you wrote these notes afterwards?
hon är nog en goda kom.
I did not insist on being written after the war. I said probably they were written after the war. Because in the preparatory notes session, I saw some notes that I thought I had written them when I was a deputy in the Committee on Security. But it may be, as you say, I don't know. But a document brought from Serbia, I don't know how trustworthy it can be or reliable it can be for this matter here being discussed in this court. I don't know if it's not distorted or camouflaged.
Make sure your reaction to my question is perfectly clear. When you're talking about being a deputy in the Committee on Security, is that a position that you held after the war ended?
På
Yes, yes.
The document can be taken off the screen.
Jonas, could we just have a reference for the assertion that was made that this was found during the war by the Serbian forces, please? That would be useful for potential cross-examination.
I've already put this on the record on page 14166 of the transcript of the hearing. That's on 2 April 2024. The document from which our previous submission relied upon was 111957 to 111966. And perhaps the most helpful page at the beginning is 111957. But as you see, if you go through that disclosed document, it references the pages in this set.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If P227 can now be put up on the screen in English and Albanian. Witness, I'd like to ask you briefly about the KLA signing the Rambouillet agreement. Did you participate in signing the document ratifying that agreement?
Po,
Yes.
Is that the document here on the screen now?
po,
Yes.
Salimi signed this document.
nuk po e shoh.
I don't see his name here. I don't know.
Sulejman Selimit apo jo?
I see a signature here, but I don't know if that is Salimi's signature. From what I could figure out, I did in the meeting we had together in the prep meeting. But the other signatures, I don't know.
But maybe we should go about this systematically. With the assistance of the court usher once again, if there are 12 signatures below this agreement, if you could just put numbers next to each one, 1, 2, 3, and so on to 12, and then I'll use your numbers to ask you about the individual signatures.
Po. Se e bona të dy në shkrimet, fal.
Sorry, I signed both.
Yeah. So please just put all 12 numbers of the signatures so that we can easily go through each of them. So just number them 1 to 12. Thank you, witness. Who is signature number 1?
Ma sa ku mujt me
From what I could identify, it's Hashim Thaçi's name.
Signature number 2.
nuk po e një.
I don't know.
Number 3.
Nuk po e një.
I don't know.
Signature number 4.
Tu është i në shkruar si daje.
It's signed as Daya.
And who is Daya on this page?
Po doja në faqe
Must be Azem Zula.
Who's number 5?
Jakub Krasniqi.
Jakub Krasniqi.
Can give you an easy one now. Who is number 6?
Numri 6 jam unë.
Myself.
Number 7.
Ram Buja.
Rambuja.
Number 8.
Tu është Remi.
Remi. R. Mustafa.
Tjetë
Which must be Rustem Mustafa.
Number 9.
Kadri Veseli.
Kadri Veseli. I don't know.
Number 11.
Fatmir
Fatmir Limay.
Number 12.
nuk e një.
I don't know. I don't know.
We would also like this to be taken as a screenshot and admitted as an exhibit related to P227. The page is SPOE 00228-796. This exhibit is just a one-page document.
Any objection to the exhibit? I'm an exhibit. The document is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honors, and like the previous one, this will be assigned Exhibit P0227.1. And can we confirm the classification? Sorry.
Can also be public.
Reclassified as public.
And witness, we have just a couple minutes before the break, but I can at least start with the next thing I wanted to ask you about, moving into some questions I have for you about your role speaking with internationals during the war. And if we could start with having 099786 to 099788 in Albanian and English, and to start with just the first page on the screen. Now, witness, this was shown to you during the preparation session. Is this an interview given to Kosovo Elir that you did?
Po?
Yes.
From your review, was there anything false that you said within this interview?
Përpos disa
There is some glorification. The interview is mine. It's correct.
And now if we could go to page 099788. You say, and this is January 1999, the General Staff is aware and maintains continuous contacts with diplomatic delegations at the highest world levels. Witness, was that correct? Is that what the General Staff was doing at this time?
We had meetings constantly with internationals who came to Kosovo. But with the highest world leaders, it appears to be one of those glorifications or exaggerations.
Would you take care in interviews like this one not to say anything which damaged your relationship with internationals?
patjetër se jemi mundu.
Of course, we tried not to damage any of the relationships we had already established.
Your Honors, this item is only 3 pages. We tender it for admission.
Any objection? No objection is heard. 099786 to 099788 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honors, that will be assigned Exhibit P01882, and can we confirm classification?
Public. And
Documents reclassified as public.
Your Honors, I see the time, if you'd like to take a break.
Microphone, please.
10-minute break, and we'll come back to the court to continue. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom, and you can go with the usher now. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. I'm sorry, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, staying with communications with internationals, who were the KLA focal points for internationals during the war?
I was one of them. And I'm not sure on whether when the American KDOM and the OSC arrived, I don't know whether I was one of the main contacts or first contacts, and then Hashim Thaçi, Yakub Krasniki, and Rambuya were the others who maintained contacts with internationals on specific topics, that is.
Was Sokol de Bruyne ever involved as a focal point for such discussions?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Can describe your contacts and relationship during the war, in particular with Sean Burns.
Fillimisht e kom takuar.
I met his deputy first, Mike Dean, who then arranged a meeting between us. It was the time when they were seeking a base, a house for KDOM to establish themselves as a point of contact. I managed to find a house in Dragobil, and after some time Sean Burns arrived. We had the first meeting there, and then we had numerous other meetings, the majority of which were never made public. However, we did meet fairly frequently and discuss various topics. It was a relationship that remained correct and proper.
Were you a trusted contact of Mr. Burns?
Besoj po.
I believe so.
When issues requiring KLA input arose, were you one of the first people that Sean Burns would contact? Was this sort of his habit during the war?
Mendoj se njeriu në
I think that I was the first person he contacted, yes.
Can you give the names of other internationals besides Sean Burns and Mike Dean, who you just mentioned, that you spoke to repeatedly in the course of the war?
me disa kemi pas
Ambassador Hill, Petrich, and some others were people we would meet to discuss only certain topics. Whereas, as far as Walker is concerned, the relationship was the same as with Sean Burns, and then David Meyer, who was part of Walker's staff, Mike Dean, Ron Kepps, a member of the American KDOM, they were all part of this circle of meetings, which were held very frequently.
When you're talking about Walker in your last answer, is that William Walker?
William Walker.
Yes, William Walker, the OSCE chief in Kosovo, and later he became the chief of the KVM.
When internationals would ask you for information about specific incidents, what would you do to find out what was going on?
I
tried to send them to other people.
What does that mean, to send them to other people?
Vi was in natuur
It was on the basis of the topics being discussed. For instance, where the topic was political, I directed them to the political department. On the exchange of soldiers, again, it belonged to us as the political directorate. We had several meetings with Hill on the issue of the document, Hill's document that is, and we met within the context of the political directorate.
Matters were brought to your attention, would you make efforts yourself to find more information about what was going on?
To the best of my ability, I did so, yes.
Up with other members in the KLA, including its general staff and political directorate.
Yes.
I'd like to now go into some distinct issues that arose with internationals during the war. I'd like to start with the release of Cendescu, Jakub Kostrati, and 2 Serbian journalists. And I would just ask you to start just to describe your own involvement or knowledge in this release.
Fillimeert, ik kom dan
As I mentioned during the preparatory meeting, the deprivation, Cendescu's deprivation of freedom was more than scandalous. I have said that because I had known him as a patriot, as an individual who had given a valuable contribution to the life of the Albanian nation in the 1990s. And my involvement in handing them over to Walker and Sean Burns consisted in the fact that a day before this happened, it was around the 26th of November, when the driver or representative from Demarchi's office came. He was an individual who escorted Demarchi often enough when Demarchi visited KLA areas, and he brought a letter to us which said that we have to hand over 2 Serbian journalists and 2 activists of the Democratic League of Kosovo, and this has to occur before the historic date in the life of the Albanian nation, the 28th of November, the day of the independence. And so as a humanitarian gesture, we need to hand these people over. I received this document, and I put that within one of my notebooks. I don't know whether it was the same day or a day later when Sean Burns called me and conveyed the same message. Sean Burns made a request of me. He said two Serb journalists or two Tanjug journalists, I can't recall exactly. And he said that these two journalists are going to report on the handover of the two journalists who had been detained earlier. And he said, would there be an issue if they are part and parcel of the media corps? And I responded that, as far as I'm concerned, that is not an issue. If world media are going to be present, they can be present too. And it's the first time that I'm mentioning this in public, as a matter of fact. And I think that they came and they reported in our speeches and the speeches that their own colleagues, the journalists, made during this exchange. And that is what my involvement consisted in.
Talking about the reporting on our speeches, was your speech at this event filmed?
På.
Yes.
And we don't need to do the video, but to go on to the next of the issues with internationals, you were talking about a Hill document just a few moments ago. When was this Hill document first sent to the KLA General Staff?
Nuk e kujtoj.
I cannot recall the exact time, but there were three such documents which were different from each other. With Mr. Krasnija Rambuya, who took part in those meetings, we had a discussion about the modalities of the challenge that we had vis-à-vis them. There were documents that were not favorable to the ambitions that we had at the time. But I know that we did hold about 2 to 3 meetings to discuss these Hill documents.
What were the documents that were not favorable to the ambitions you had at the time?
Po në atë kohë nuk e garantoi
The documents did not guarantee the independence of Kosovo, the departure of Serbian forces from the territory of Kosovo. These were the kinds of documents. I can't recall the detail now that so much time has elapsed, and I have not had a chance to review these documents again in detail.
If the court officer can now please pull up P1068 and put it on the screen, specifically page 116696. Now, witness, this is a document that's only in English, but I'll read to you the relevant part. As it's being pulled up, was there a proposal by Mr. Hill and the internationals for local police in Kosovo?
About pyetjen.
Have you finished the question?
Po.
Yes.
Was there a proposal by Mr. Hill and the internationals for local police in Kosovo?
Besoj që po.
I think so. Yes, there was. But I cannot recall exactly. It was the number of policemen that became part of the discussions during that meeting.
And that's actually related to what I was about to read you. This is a 2 December 1998 cable that seems to be reflecting a conversation you had on the 27th of November. I'll read to you the relevant portion from the English so that you can hear it through translation. And this is paragraph 15 on the bottom of the page. Bashoda noted he had heard that the LDK was working with the police in Podujevo, but without consulting the KLA, and asked whether KDOM knew about this. And then a short time later it says, in a short time he said the KLA could handle the police function. On the police, the KLA has the last word, but will not exclude LDK. And then if the court officer could go to the top of the next page. But will not exclude LDK members. And the police will not be linked to any political party and will not act against minorities. Burns replied that the police issue must be addressed and that we want to see a professional police force established, not one subordinated either to the KLA or the LDK. Bashoda then noted that the KLA General Staff had carefully studied the Hill draft on the police issue and had concluded that the proposed number of police, 2,500, was too small. Witness, is this consistent with the conversations you were having with Sean Burns about local police in late November 1998?
Yes, it was.
Now, if we go to paragraph 16, which I believe really begins on the bottom of this page, and the beginning of the next one. We can go straight to the next page then. So it says, it was talking about comments on the police issue, and it says 3 weeks earlier, the KLA had rejected out of hand the concept of a new Kosovo local police force that would reflect the ethnic balance of the province. Senior KLA representatives had commented that there is only one Kosovo police force, and that is the KLA police. They had added that any Albanian member of a new police force would be considered a Serbian policeman. And then you were discussed again, and as an evolution in that position, that your November 27 comments suggest that the KLA is at least prepared to discuss the formation of a new Kosovo police force. In response to a question, Bashoda said his comments did reflect the views of the General Staff. My question to you is, do you remember this change in position of the KLA on the local police issue?
Ju nuk ka pas
There was no change in position because we were fully aware that the police in Kosovo of the future should be able to overcome political divisions. But our demand remained the numbers should be larger on the part of the former members of the Kosovo Liberation Army, because at the time the issue of the demilitarization of the KLA was being discussed, and we naturally wanted a larger number of the KLA members to become part of this police force. There was no other change of position to the best of my recollection.
Concerns by senior members within the KLA that the local police force could only be the KLA's police?
Sadi, nuk e
I don't know. I don't know if there was a request for it to be only a KLA force.
If we could now pull up P168 in English and Albanian. The item's only a single page. I can give the ERN, it's SPOE 00119160. Now, witness, what we see on the screen here, it says it's from the KLA General Staff on 2 December 1998, which is actually the same date as the cable I just read to you. And there's an ordinance which says the following: Kosovo Liberation Army Operational Zone Commands are instructed to issue orders to KLA Forces of Order, military police, to arrest those people who, by showing loyalty to the occupier, have put on the uniform of the Serb police, thus committing an act of treason towards the Albanian people. Similar actions will also be taken in the future for any citizen who is involved in any police force other than the KLA formation before the political status of Kosovo is resolved. Witness, was the KLA really just concerned with the number of officers in the International's police force proposal?
Nuk është unë nuk
I had not seen this document, but I don't think that it refers to the number of policemen that formed part of our request vis-à-vis the Hill document. I think the reference here is to local police forces who had been employed by the Serbs during the war. It was Albanian citizens who accepted serving within the Serbian state, and on a number of occasions they actually acted or operated against us too. But this is not a reference to the kind of police that we were discussing with Hill.
Focusing on the last sentence in particular, that similar actions will also be taken in the future for any citizen who is involved in any police force other than the KLA formation. Can you explain why the General Staff would issue this within a week of your conversation with Sean Burns on this issue?
nuk e besoj që ndërlidh.
I don't think the two are connected. I absolutely do not think that this is in any way connected with the Hill document. The reference here is to similar formations that were being set up by the Serbian police and the army. It is not to do with anything that comes out of an agreement from the Hill document. It was an agreement that was not accepted because after the challenges that we made to the Hill document, apart from those challenges, then there came the Rambouillet conference. So I do not think that the two of them are connected together. It's a document that I haven't seen before as well.
Witness, were you in the KLA General Staff on 2 December 1998?
Antarisht ta përgjithshëm po.
Yes, I was a member of the General Staff. Yes.
Saying you've never seen this before, have you ever seen any order clarifying or correcting the KLA's position on targeting local police?
Për polici lokale.
With reference to the local police that came as a proposal from the Hill document, that did not occur. It never happened during the war in Kosovo. It happened after the war and as a result of the Rambouillet agreement. But not during the war. The reference here is to those Albanians who wore the uniform of Serbia and operated against the Kosovo Liberation Army. So they form part of the chain of command of the Serbian army and police. I do not think that I have seen any other documents of this nature.
The document can be taken off the screen. You mentioned something, I believe it was before the break, about a Serbian, a kind of prisoner exchange. Was there a Serbian-Albanian prisoner exchange in early 1999?
Kapos
There was an exchange regarding Serbs who had entered territories under KLA control, who were exchanged against Albanian prisoners who had been arrested. At the end of '98, as I remember, amongst those soldiers was our commander, Muj Krasniqi, who fell. He was amongst the arrested. There was also a young lady, and this prisoner exchange occurred.
Now, do I understand you correctly that these are the Albanian part of the prisoners being exchanged? Is that right?
të përgosur shqiptar që
Albanian prisoners who were in Serbian jails.
How did the KLA capture Serbian prisoners that were in this exchange?
nuk e kam në ide.
I do not have a clear idea about this, but I do know that the zone commander, Rahman Rama, explained that they entered KLA territory. I do not know the dynamics of this. We then dealt with the procedures and the way to hand over these persons to their families, always with the mediation of internationals who were present in Kosovo.
He then dealt with the procedures. Are you referring to the General Staff Political Directorate?
Po,
Yes. Mostly I, Jakub, and Rambuja were involved in this process.
Can you explain a little some of the challenges that you encountered from your side in the course of these negotiations?
po kemi pas vërtetësi të
We had challenges of various nature. First of all, Serbia would not admit or accept that our soldiers who had been captured on the border with Albania, Serbia didn't want to release them. And following frequent meetings we had with Sean Burns, Walker, I made an attempt to the fact that if Serbia is not willing to release Albanian soldiers, then they can release some persons who were held in Serbian prisons, civilian persons. We provided a list, always putting the emphasis on the importance that those persons had for us. And I recommended Sean Burns to be careful about these names in order for Serbian not to understand that they are people in favor of KLA. Among the names we asked for their release was Ushin Hoti, Naid Hassani. I provided the list, Besim Zogaj. There was another Zogaj. There were several of them, 7 or 8 names. Javid Haziri was one of them, I think, and a person with the last name Shada. These were the names I provided. However, after a certain time, Sean came back to me and said, Serbia is not accepting to release these persons. At the later stage, we entered into negotiations, had some meetings with Uncle Jakub and Rambuja, and reached an agreement which, in fact, we declared that because the agreement was for them, Albanians, to be released 10 days later. And everybody in the KLA and civilians thought that this was that Serbia would not comply with the agreement and would not release them. We said that if the persons in question would not be released, we made it clear to the internationals that we would resign from the general staff. The agreement was signed. So we had divergences with internationals with respect to the dates, but following the engagement, commitment, and assurances given by Hill, Petric, Walker, and Sean Burns, we accepted to release them to their families, and then 10 days later, they released our soldiers.
Talking about the decision to release them, that's a decision of the political directorate of which you were part at the time.
Yes.
Sustained, it was leading.
Who decided to release the soldiers?
We, with the intervention, mediation of the internationals, the exchange occurred. There was simply the will of the zone and ours. However, we only dealt with the procedural aspects of exchanging the prisoners. The initiative or the will to proceed with this exchange came from the zone. It was in our favor, and we gained in this exchange because we assured the release of 9 of our members.
When I asked you who decided to release the soldiers, and you said that we, with the intervention of the internationals, the exchange occurred, who is the we that you are talking about in that sentence?
I,
Jakub, and Rambuja.
Thank you. That's clarified. And just one last question. Talking about the Serbian soldiers talking about the Serbians that were released, these were Serbian soldiers captured by Raman Rama. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honors, for the next line of questioning, we would ask to go into private session. In order to protect certain documents that are going to be shown with the witness that can only be shown in that session.
Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honor, just as an update on timing, I will finish this session, and I'll finish in the first half of this session.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the regular rotation, all right, thank you. Do you need to go back to private session?
We will, Your Honor.
Into private session, please.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Witness, in the course of your examination and your preparation session, you've repeatedly stressed limits about your own role and knowledge in the KLA. There are certain statements of other general staff members that were talking about you and what you were doing during the war, and I wanted to ask you about some of the things that they were saying. I think for at least the first of these, I can just read it to you, but for the record, this is P739.4, page 19. Witness, this is a statement that Hashim Thaçi gave to the SPO, and I'd like to read to you the relevant part of something that he says mentioning you. Hashim Thaçi said, "I'm emphasizing that from March until June 1998, it was mainly a matter of consultations within the general staff." Question. So group decisions? Answer. Even if it was just the two of us. For example, I mostly met with Sokol Bashoda until the spokesperson of the general staff of the KLA was appointed, i.e. Yakov Krasniqi. I told you how Azam Sula was proposed to be the general commander. It was a chat, a consultation, so that he would become one. The deputy commander was Sokol Bashoda. The rest had equal responsibilities. You were talking about how the role of deputy commander in Yakov Krasniqi's book was only on paper, but Hashim Thaçi is describing you in this role from March until June 1998. Can you explain why Hashim Thaçi would think that?
I don't know why he said that, but it's not true that I was there in that position from March. The first discussions about the organization of the KLA took place in a home in the native village of Yakov Krasniqi in June. And that was where we discussed for the first time the positions that were mentioned earlier, but which remained only on paper. We were unable to perform the respective functions. You know very well, when my position was made public as deputy commander and Azem Sula as general commander, the zone commanders didn't like that and they left the meeting.
You were talking about Azam Sula, and when you, in the course of that last answer, let's see what he said about you. And for the record, this is P847, page SITF 00243-001, and I can read this one as well. Azam Sula said the following: after the events of January 1997, we were forced to divide the duties. So my deputy, Sokol Bashoda, was placed at the head of the general staff, who carried out both duties until the period between the two meetings in Rambouillet. Now, witness, first of all, the events of January 1997, is this when Nate Hassani was arrested and Zahir Payaziti was killed?
Yes, in 97.
That moment on, in Kosovo, Azam Sula said you were carrying out the duties as deputy commander.
It is not true.
Witness, didn't you say last week that Azam Sula was an authority on the history of the KLA? And this is page 22964 of the transcript.
Yes.
But you say he's mistaken about this.
Yes. Yes.
Recep Salimi said the following about you. This is P761.7, and in the ET, this is page 5. This is what Recep Salimi said to the SPO. And this is about communiques. Recep Salimi, and from the very beginning until he was in prison, the person who dealt with the communiques was one of our friends, namely Nate Hassani, who was arrested in January 1997. Question. And thereafter? Answer. I remember that one of the people that dealt with the communique during 1997 was Sokol Bashoda. Now, witness Recep Salimi is not saying that you wrote these communiques or that you published them, but that you were dealing with them during 1997. What do you say to that?
Jo, absolutt nuk.
No, absolutely no. I never dealt with the issuing of the communiques. Nate Hassani, I explained also at the prep meeting, Nate Hassani said me and Jaladin Gashi were dealing with this issue.
Xheladin Gashi.
It may be also Jaladin Gashi, but I don't have any accurate information about the issuance of such communiques.
And that's what you said in the preparation session, but the last of the comments that I wanted to put to you was actually something you yourself said to the ICTY. And this is P 1870.1, page 10. You were asked the following question by the ICTY. And what was it you were doing at this time? Let's say during 97, what kind of work did you do? Was it planning for coming conflict? And then this is your answer. We were mainly involved in writing communiques and obtaining different military materials. And these were obtained from our comrades abroad because we weren't military professionals. If you really had no involvement in these communiques, as you are saying now, why was mainly involved in writing communiques the first part of your answer when asked what you were doing in 1997?
We are here, I meant all the group involved, Azem Sula, Jaladin Gashi, as part of the central staff, Javid Halidi, they were part of the general staff, and I meant the entirety of the group, not that I personally wrote them. I said I've never written any communiques.
I didn't ask you if you wrote them. I asked you if you were involved with them because that's what you said to the ICTY.
In my reply, I merely referred to those who had information then, and I meant the group of the central staff, because communiques were issued, and some said they were prepared or drafted abroad, but I didn't have more information. I didn't know whether the origin of such statements, whether they were prepared abroad or in Kosovo. I meant only the group in general as part of the staff.
And isn't it true that in those communiques, you were making it clear that you would not permit any activity that was against the struggle of the KLA?
It may be written in the communiques. Usually they were of a propaganda character. But I don't think that it was the case in reality. Sometimes the question might be asked, what are they saying? That is the communiques.
Witness, that did not answer my question. Let me ask it again. Isn't it true that in those communiques, you were making it clear that you would not permit any activity that was against the struggle of the KLA?
Mund të jetë kështu.
It may be so. It may be so.
Can we please put on the screen P1870.3, page 16, in English and Albanian? Because, witness, you just said that it may be so, but I want to go with what exactly you said to the ICTY. And if you see on the bottom of the page in the English, when you say punitive measures within the zone, what could that mean? What you said was, well, generally, in our earlier communiques, in our first communiques, we would communicate publicly that the KLA didn't permit any activities that were in which ran against the struggle being waged by the citizens of Kosovo, and this appeal was issued several times. And in most cases, decisions were made to kill them. So, witness, here you don't say that it may be the case, you say that it was. And what you say here about killing people for any activities which ran against the struggle, you said it this way because this is really how it was. Isn't that true?
It's a very leading question, Your Honours.
I'm putting my case to the witness.
Overruled.
Kjo është
This is taken out of context when we were talking about the local police. And now you turn me back to what I said earlier about the local police. Police in uniform and armed by the Serbs who were conducting activities against the KLA. We were informed about that. In this context, this is said in this context.
Then can you explain why your answer doesn't say local police anywhere?
nuk e di.
Don't know. That was the aim. You couldn't say anything in an interview, everything in one interview.
Thank you, witness. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mišetić.
Still morning, so good morning, witness. My name is Luka Mišetić. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi, and I have some questions for you. And I'd actually like to pick up where Mr. Halling just left off by talking about the background leading up to your 2006 ICTY interview. So, Madam Court Officer, if we could go to P1870.4, please, at page 2 in the English and page 13 in the Albanian, please. Page 13 in both. I apologize. I will begin at line 21 in the English, which is line 18 in the Albanian. And here you said and I promised people of Ramush Haradinai's family that I would be ready to testify in his favor. Then they ask you, did they come to you or did you go to them? And you say, they've been asking me and a lot of other people, who is ready to testify? And I expressed my readiness. And they thought that, if we can go to the next page in English, because of the relations that I had in the past with Ramush, be prepared to testify for him. So I expressed my readiness to be a defense witness. And of course, I'm aware that I will be questioned first by the defense lawyer, but then by the prosecutor too. And then if we could go, please, to P 1870.7, which is at page 5 there in the English and page 8 in the Albanian. The investigator follows up on what you said there. And beginning at line 5 in the English, as I said, and line 13 in the Albanian, or sorry, 16 in the Albanian, and line 5 in the English. You're asked, you said that you spoke to members of Ramush's family about your testimony in The Hague, potential testimony, and you said, with these people, with his friends, I wanted to express my willingness. Question, can you tell me more about these discussions and exactly with whom you had these discussions? You answer, these are people close to Ramush's family. These political structures saying that I'm ready at all times. Question, but did they come to you or you went to them? Answer, asked whether I would be prepared to testify for Ramush, I said yes, I would be ready. Question, but who asked you that? The person, a name. Answer, well, these are activists in the Alliance Party. Ever since the indictment was first given to me. It was the same in Fatmir Limai's case. There was a long list of people confirmed, compiled, that would testify for him. Now, witness, my first question is, you told the ICT, this all happened before you went and spoke to the ICTY in 2006, correct?
What's happened here was during the testimony.
Okay, I think there's some confusion in my question. My question is, before you spoke to the ICTY in 2006, you had spoken already to people representing Ramush Haradinai and promised them, as you said, that you would be willing to testify for Ramush and in Ramush's favor, correct?
Yes.
They had even given you a copy of the indictment against Ramush for you to review, correct?
Jo.
No, no copy was given. The reference was to the article that I had written in the media against Ramush Haradinai. I didn't have the indictment against Ramush given to me by anybody. I saw it when it was publicized in the media.
If you look in English on the document on your screen at line 19, which is, I'm looking in the Albanian right now. If we can see the bottom of the page. Lines 15 to 16 in the Albanian. You told the Office of the Prosecutor of the ICTY ever since the indictment was first given to me. Do you see that? You said that the indictment was in fact given to you, correct?
Jo, këtu është shkruan.
No, what is written here is when the charges were raised against, when the indictment against Ramush was made public. This is not here anything to do with that indictment having been given to me. In the Albanian, it says when it was given. I have no knowledge that Ramush's indictment was ever given to me by anyone.
If we could have P1870.6 on the screen, please, at page 5, line 3 in the English. And we're looking for the Albanian site. Page 5 in the Albanian, lines 13 to 14. Now, in the summary, when they're summarizing the witness statement they were preparing for you, they read it back to you, and they read it back to you as, I read the indictment against Ramush Haradinaj et al. When it was issued. And you confirmed, yes. Does that refresh your recollection that, in fact, you did read the indictment against Ramush Haradinaj before you spoke to the ICTY?
I did not read all of it, but I know that it was publicized in the media, so the references to the extent that I was able to get from the media, from what was broadcast in the media.
Other portions of your statement. P1870.3, please, at page 11, in both the English and the Albanian. Beginning at line 4 in the English and line 3 in the Albanian. It's page 11. You said, I read this when it was first issued. I read it in the media, and in fact, it made my skin creep, all the charges that were laid against him. When I read this indictment, I was surprised at the things that were said in it. As I said before, Ramush Haradinaj may have had weaknesses in his leadership, but neither then nor now do I suspect him of being a criminal. And if we go down a little bit, at line 14, you said, but things of the kind that are written in the indictment are incredible. I don't believe these things. If he had committed these acts with which he is charged, I think through these channels of information that I mentioned earlier, the general staff would have been informed about these things. And I think it would have been indisputably, measures would have been taken. Now, witness, when you were giving evidence and saying that you'd read the indictment and you were certain that Ramush Haradinaj was not capable of the things that were alleged against him in the indictment. You were trying to defend him against the charges that were being brought against him by the ICTY, correct?
Unë jam duhet me thoni të vërtet.
I tried to tell the truth based on the information that I had about Ramush Haradinaj.
Tell the ICTY was that you were a defense witness and that you didn't believe the allegations in the indictment against him, correct?
Po.
Yes.
And as I just read out from that passage, one of the things you were trying to argue showed that he wasn't responsible was that the general staff was informed about the things happening in the Ducagene zone, and if he had done anything wrong, the general staff would have disciplined him, correct?
Po.
Yes.
If we could take a look at some of the specific charges in the indictment that you were discussing in your statement, DHT 04880 to DHT 04912, at page DHT 04885, please. At paragraph 24, please. Next page in the English. There, the allegation facing Mr. Haradinaj was that purpose which necessarily involved the commission of crimes against humanity and violations of the laws and customs of war was the consolidation of total control of the Kosovo Liberation Army over the KLA operational zone of Ducagene by attacking and persecuting certain sections of the civilian population there, namely the unlawful removal of Serb civilians from that area and the forcible violent suppression of any real or perceived form of collaboration with the Serbs by Albanian or Roma civilians there. The criminal purpose included the intimidation, abduction, imprisonment, beating, torture, and murder of targeted civilians. Now, you were aware of this allegation against Mr. Haradinaj at the time you gave your interview to the ICTY, correct?
Jo, kështu, po.
Not entirely, but with respect to passages to the extent that they were broadcast by the media, and not as per the charges of the indictment, which I've never had in my hands. My reference was to what the media reported on the charges raised against Ramush.
They reported was that he was being charged with targeting collaborators, correct?
Ka mundësi.
It's possible.
Now, when you gave this interview, you were aware, actually, let's look at paragraph 35 of this indictment, please, which should be DHT 04889. It starts off by saying, KLA forces under the command and control of Ramush Haradinaj continue to mount similar attacks on Serb, Roma, Egyptian, and Albanian civilians perceived as collaborators, not taking part in hostilities. Now, you knew prior to going to the ICTY that one of the allegations against Mr. Haradinaj was that the people who had committed crimes against perceived collaborators were under his command and control, correct?
On a l'impression que
In my interview in the Ramush case, what I said is that the commanding authority rested with the zone commanders, and as for the Dukajin zone, the commander was Ramush Haradinaj. However, I'm repeating that I have never had in my hands the charges as laid out in detail here in order to be able to know what Mr. Haradinaj had been charged with at the time. What I mean to say is that I had a general view of it.
Understanding that he was being charged with command responsibility. Is that fair?
Yes.
Turn to DHT 04871 to DHT 04875. I'd like to read to you briefly from two documents. And in Albanian, it's DHT 04872 to DHT 04872-AT. Witness, I'm just going to read out the first few sentences. This is an address by the Chief Prosecutor of the ICTY to the Security Council on the 13th of June 2005, so about a year before you gave your statement to the ICTY. And she says, it is a great honor to be here again to provide an assessment on the progress made in the implementation of the completion strategy. A written assessment was distributed already, and I intend to concentrate now on the major issues. Significant progress can be reported on the key components of the completion strategy. All investigations were completed, and the last indictments issued by the end of 2004. And if we could now pull up DKV 1045-1066 in the English, and DHT 04876 to DHT 04877-AT. If we can go to page 3 in the English. This is a report of roughly the same time period issued by the president of the ICTY to the Security Council, in which he says, in pursuance of the completion strategy, the prosecutor submitted her last indictments by the end of 2004. And the last sentence in that paragraph says, no new indictments other than for contempt will be filed by the prosecutor, and hence there will be no new indictments confirmed. Now, witness, this is also in 2005, about a year before you gave your statement. You were aware that no member of the general staff could be indicted by the ICTY based on anything you said in that interview, correct? It was widely reported in Kosovo and throughout the former Yugoslavia that there could be no new indictments by the ICTY at the time you gave your statement, correct?
It is likely, but it is not information that I was aware of, frankly speaking. It may be true, though.
We're talking to other members of the KLA for throughout 2005 and part of 2006. It never came up that the ICTY is done issuing indictments, or when you spoke to Mr. Haradinaj's representatives?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm following.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you know.
Yes, I would say.
No, I don't think so. I don't believe so.
It's into evidence, Mr. President.
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor. I can't recall an example in this trial where something was read to a witness and then there wasn't even a question about the documents that were put.
I think there is a question about the documents. There is a question about the documents that I put to him. It goes to credibility, Mr. President.
Again, for the two documents,
Yes.
I have a whole list here that you've mentioned, and I'm not sure which ones.
Yes, no problem. DHT 04871 to DHT 04875 in the English, and the Albanian version is DHT 04872 to DHT 04872-AT.
It will be it will be admitted.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 1D 217, and I notice classified as public.
Yes, that's fine. And the next document is DKV 1045-1066 to DHT 04876-DHT 04877-AT.
And it also is admitted.
That will be assigned Exhibit 1D 218, and is also public.
Thank you. If we could go back to your ICTY interview. P1870.3 at page 12 in the English and in the Albanian. Now, if we start in the English at line 23 and in the Albanian at line 17. You are asked at line 23, but during your time in the general staff of the KLA, you never heard allegations of KLA members possibly committing crimes of this kind. Yes.
There is no interpretation. Forgive me. I can't hear the interpretation. Oh, yes, I can now. I did not hear the latter part of the question.
Yeah, let's start over with the question and the answer.
Yeah. You're asked, beginning at line 17 in the Albanian and line 23 in the English, but during your time in the general staff of the KLA, you never heard allegations of KLA members possibly committing crimes of this kind. And if we turn the page, please, in English. You say, I didn't hear these. And you say, you deny having heard it, and then at lines 14 and 15 on this page, are we on page 13 in the English? Yes. If we can scroll up, please. You say, there were no orders of this kind to kill civilians. You see that line 14, actually, in the English. So you told the ICTY that you were not aware of any orders by anyone in the KLA, including the general staff, to kill civilians, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
And continues on, beginning at line 21 on this page and line 14 in the Albanian. You go on to claim all units had orders that in those places where Serbian families had not left, not to touch them in any way. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
If whether there were any written orders to that effect, and you say no. Correct?
Po.
Correct.
You must have realized that you had no written orders to support your contention that orders had been issued not to touch Serbian civilians. Correct?
Po.
Correct.
On, and you say at page 14, that such orders were issued orally by the General Staff through the radio, through communiques. Correct?
Po.
Correct.
But in paragraph 16 of Prep Note 1, P1872, you've now corrected this to acknowledge that the political directorate, in fact, did not issue any such orders through communiques. Correct?
Po.
Yes.
Now, communiques were generally numbered, weren't they?
Po me numra in prasit.
Yes, they were.
Communique by number where anything was discussed about not touching Serbian civilians?
Jo.
No, I don't.
Now, in P1870.3, the interviewer continues on with this line of questioning. At page 15, beginning at line 15 in the English and beginning at line 13 in the Albanian, the interviewer says to you, one thing that's been discussed in these indictments, both the Limai one and the Haradinaj one, is the issue of alleged Serb collaborators among them, the Albanian population. And this is, of course, a problem in any war. This is something that needs to be addressed. Who was dealing with this? Who was authorized to deal with this? Was it the General Staff, or was it something that also a local commander could deal with within his zone? So the investigator here is asking you about who was responsible for dealing with Albanian collaborators among the Albanian civilian population, and he gives you a binary choice. Was it the local commanders like Ramush Haradinaj, or was it the General Staff? Correct?
Po.
Yes.
General Staff, correct?
Jo, shtapin e përgjithshëm e kom zgjedh
Chose the General Staff, and as I said in the note, I do not know why I had not made this clarification. I don't know why I did not make this clarification in the note during the preparation session with the prosecutor last week. It was within the powers of the zones. The General Staff, as I've said in this interview, and I don't know which part of it, the General Staff did not know who the local policemen were or who the armed people were within the zones, whilst the communiques were of generalized nature. They were meant to be as a warning of generalized nature.
General Staff here, and I'm going to suggest to you that one of the reasons you chose the General Staff is you knew you were giving evidence, or I shouldn't say giving evidence, you were being interviewed about Mr. Haradinaj, correct?
Po.
Yes.
As Mr. Haradinaj, you could be implicating him in the war crimes he was under indictment for at the time, correct?
Jo, nuk ju kom shmangë.
No, it wasn't that I was evading information if I had that in my possession. I tried to tell the truth in that interview with the information that I had. As you know, the interview was taken under a situation of pressure given regarding my health. And it was a day-long interview during which we weren't able to have any food. I did not have the normal prescription drugs with me, and it was in the absence of a lawyer, as a defense lawyer. And given that I'm not schooled in legal affairs, it is fairly possible that mistakes were made in the course of that interview.
Continue on with the interview that we're looking at. Page 18, beginning at line 3 in the English, and line 2 in the Albanian on page 18. Now I'm going to read the question. The question from the investigator to you is, but are you saying that if the zone commander, after making his investigation in the field, with the help of his soldiers in the field, has established that someone is, in his opinion, a collaborator with the Serbs, could he, and this person will not give up this information, he will deny that this is a fact, but the zone commander has made his investigation and he's completely clear to himself that this person is collaborating with the Serbs, could he have taken the decision for himself to kill this person? And your response immediately is, let's just bear this one thing in mind. Or let me rephrase, let's just bear in mind one thing. As far as I know, no collaborator, as far as being able to communicate, no collaborator was killed because of the fact he was a collaborator. Do I understand correctly that you have no knowledge of any person having been killed by the KLA because he was allegedly a collaborator?
Yes, yes.
If we go to line 18 in the English and line 12, I apologize, line 18 in the English and line 12 in the Albanian. The investigator follows up on your denial of having any knowledge of someone having been killed and says, but just go back to my question, would it have, if this had happened, could, like I described earlier, if that had happened in the way that I originally explained it earlier, could they have made a decision to kill this person? Now, my first question is, did you understand that question to be a hypothetical question?
Yes, it was a hypothetical question.
By saying no, the zone commander, in this case Ramush Haradinaj, if he could communicate with the collaborator, he would not have the right to kill the collaborator. Correct? If we could turn the page in English, please.
Your Honors, at least we're not seeing where on the page the quote defense counsel is just giving.
I'll read out the entire answer then. You say, if he hasn't communicated with the zone or any soldier of the KLA, and he continued his collaboration with Serbian forces, generally these cases occurred in this form of no man's land between the lines of Albanian and Serbian forces. In other words, such cases happened while he was in the course of his activities. However, if some contact had been made with the KLA soldiers, then he's reprimanded, it's a verbal reprimand, warnings would be issued not to behave in such a way, not to make contact with Serbian forces. And some of these people respected these warnings and some not. And then the question is, and what happened to the ones who didn't respect this warning? These people who did not heed such warnings and went on with their hostile activities, and then, inexplicably, the tape runs out. Correct?
Paul?
Yes?
Now let's look at your 2006 witness statement to see how these blanks in the transcript are filled in. So if we could go please to P1871. At paragraph 38, please. Now, at paragraph 38 of your witness statement, your 2006 ICTY witness statement, it's recorded as follows. Asked about the Serbian collaborators, I can say that they caused us a lot of trouble as they were infiltrated in the zones that the KLA controlled. By decision of the KLA General Staff, these people were considered to be instruments of the Milosevic regime and part of the police and army apparatus, and had to be treated as such. The steps taken against them were intended to make clear to them that nobody should behave in this way. And in paragraph 39, of course, the KLA General Staff could not know who was a Serbian collaborator. We relied on the various operational zones to know who they were. When someone was identified as a Serbian collaborator in the operational zone, punitive measures would be taken against them within the zone. In cases when they were caught in the course of their activities, that person would be killed. The KLA General Staff would then be informed about the specific punitive measures that had been taken. And then at paragraph 43, please. With regard to Serbian collaborators, operational zone commanders acted on the basis of the report that was provided to them by the soldiers under their command. After that person had been warned and the General Staff was satisfied that he was a Serbian collaborator, the collaborator could be killed by the KLA command structure if he continued his activities. After the order to kill the collaborator had been issued by the General Staff, it could be carried out by any soldier who identified the collaborator. Now, we've seen that you've told the ICTY in the recorded part of your interview on at least 2 occasions that you have no knowledge of any orders to kill civilians and you have no knowledge of any collaborator having been killed. So what were you talking about in these paragraphs of your witness statement if you have no knowledge that any of this ever happened?
Tojan?
In my opinion, these were mostly hypothetical questions about similar events. How we would act if that were the case, if that happened. I already said, I don't know if I amended it, but I mentioned it, that in some instances I meant the zone staffs, and that I always referred to the local police who were uniformed police, Serb police, and armed. When I said in the wake of their activities, you have to understand it, that I meant those who attacked the KLA soldier, and that such measures had to be taken against them, and not to have our soldiers withdraw in front of their aggression. That was what I meant.
Session with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office a few weeks ago. Were you asked any basic investigative questions about these parts of your witness statement, such as who specifically issued orders to kill collaborators, or when this happened? Did they ask you any questions about that?
There were such questions.
What was your answer?
I can't remember all questions, but there were similar questions. Maybe I have amended them. I could make some changes because there was a lot of material, and it may be that I couldn't make some changes or some corrections, but there were supplementary questions.
About these 3 paragraphs of your 2006 witness statement that I just read out to you. Were you asked any questions about those paragraphs?
I can't remember accurately.
Asking you to identify the person or persons in the general staff who ever issued an order to kill a collaborator.
I think it was such a question. I think so. I can't be 100% sure. No. Because I didn't know of a person who gave a concrete order to kill someone.
Let me ask you another question. You said in these parts that I read out to you, in cases when they were caught in the course of their activities, that person would be killed. Did the SPO in your preparation session ask you to provide an example of a person who was killed in the course of their collaboration activities?
No, to my recollection.
You then said in the 3 paragraphs that I read out to you, the KLA General Staff would then be informed about the specific punitive measures that had been taken. Did the SPO ask you to provide an example of a case where the KLA General Staff had been informed about a specific punitive measure that had been taken against a collaborator?
No. I think no.
Of this statement, where you said that by decision of the KLA General Staff, these people were considered to be instruments of the Milosevic regime and part of the police and army apparatus and had to be treated as such. Were you asked by the prosecutor in your prep session to identify, for example, when such a decision was taken?
Maybe they asked me, but I don't know when such a decision may have been taken. This was part of the communiques, and it was spoken in general, not about specific cases.
By name, who issued such communiques?
I don't know.
Which communiques you're referring to? When were they issued?
Communiques were issued now and again.
You're referring here to a decision of the KLA General Staff. These people were considered to be instruments of the Milosevic regime. When did the KLA General Staff make such a decision? You don't know who, do you know when?
No, I don't know.
Witness, do you recall that you met with members of the Thaçi defense on the 13th of April, 2022 specifically Mr. Greg Kehoe, Mr. Peter McCloskey, Mr. Jan Krzyzewski, Mr. Dostid Palaska, and an interpreter. Do you recall that meeting?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Minutes or the notes that were taken of that meeting, DHT 04866 to DHT 04869, please. That's in the English and in the Albanian. Now, you see, can you confirm that the meeting took place on or about the 13th of April, 2022?
Po.
Yes.
The notes of the meeting, which were taken by Mr. Krzyzewski, and I'll show you that in a second, says Mr. Bashota was interviewed by the ICTY. However, 4 to 5 days ago, the SPO tried to reach him on a number that was not his. It was a dilemma for him if he should contact them or not. When the SPO interviewed him, he chose to remain silent. When he was interviewed by the ICTY, the questions were hypothetical. How things would happen in case of this and that, with a lot of references to the general staff. The course of the SPO investigators were based on hypotheticals if thing had been this way. Sokol Bashota commented on paragraph 39 and paragraph 43 in his ICTY statement. If someone identified as a collaborator was caught in the course of his activities, if he fired in the direction of KLA soldiers, if he resisted, then he would be killed. After the person had been warned and the general staff informed, he would be shot or could be killed if he continued at his activities. Sokol Bashota did never hear that the general staff issued an order to kill a collaborator. They never expected such a decision. This is a hypothetical. Do you recall telling that to the lawyers for Mr. Thaçi on or about the 13th of April, 2022?
Po.
Yes.
I'm going to tender the document, but there's a correction that's been made that will be relevant to later in my cross. If we go to the last page here, this is just for the panel and for the prosecution. Actually, the page before, please, if we scroll down, please. Yes. There's a paragraph there that says, during the incident with 2 Serbian journalists, Mr. Thaçi was in a village in Maleševo, and Mr. Krzyzewski has corrected that. If we could please call up DHT 04870 to DHT 04870 in both the English and Albanian. And the panel will see that Mr. Krzyzewski has corrected this. It shouldn't be a reference to Mr. Thaçi, and he's produced his original notes. His notes said he, H-E, which Mr. Krzyzewski incorrectly interpreted as H-T, meaning Mr. Thaçi. With that correction, I tender both documents into evidence, Mr. President, and I will be addressing this later in my cross-examination.
Objection.
Your Honor, today is the first day we've seen this document. On the panel's definition of a statement of a witness, this qualifies as a statement of a witness. Counsel has not met the criteria for Rules 153 to 55 of the rules, and it cannot be admitted in this way. We object.
Why is it inadmissible? The witness is here. It's notes of an interview. It's not. We're not tendering it as his witness statement.
It's a statement. I don't know what else it can be.
As I understand 153 to 155, it's the calling party's obligation under those rules, not the cross-examining party. Otherwise, if I wanted to tender a statement taken by the OTP that they didn't tender and I use and cross, I have to go through 153 to 155?
You can ask him if it's his statement and has he signed it. He has not, apparently, correct?
He has not signed it because they're investigator notes. But he's confirmed that he said that.
Microphone.
Can I have a minute, Mr. President? Sorry.
We'll just mark it MFI as presented.
Yes,
That will give the prosecution an opportunity to review it, and then we'll take it up again after that.
That's fine, Mr. President. I'm a little confused because I think we've used in the past notes taken by the prosecution of contacts with witnesses that I don't think have to go through this process for admission if used on cross.
It's down to whether or not it's a statement or not. I understand, and there may be a disagreement about that, but we can deal with it later. Right now, we're just
Okay.
giving it an MFI. We're
That's
not
fine.
disallowing it.
That's fine. And I'm going to use it again later, so thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if we could say one last thing on the practice of the trial panel in relation to this. There have been occasions where other statements beyond Rule 154 that were prepared by the SPO or collected by the SPO were admitted into evidence. But they still had to follow the procedure at least of the preparation session where the witness had a full opportunity to review them and to make his comments or corrections. No such thing has happened with this statement.
Again, we can make submissions later, but I'm not tendering it as a witness statement. So it contains his statements, but it's investigators' notes, which is why they're being tendered, just to establish the date on which he said it was hypothetical.
Would that make the note taker a witness, Mr. Michetic?
I mean, yes, but it's
It's
no,
hearsay as it is, not that that's objectionable. I'm just saying it is hearsay as it is, so it has limited probative value.
I agree, but, as you know, half this trial is hearsay, so, I mean,
I'm not picking on that.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that.
Yeah.
Well, we'll continue as we just stated. MFI, please.
Your Honor, the first document with DHT 04866 to DHT 04869 and the corresponding Albanian will be assigned 1D 219 MFI. And then DHT 04870 to DHT 04870 and the Albanian corresponding will be MFI 1D 00220. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, you've said in 2022, and you've said again here under cross-examination that you understood the ICTY to be asking you hypothetically, and I also note that the ICTY investigators never asked you follow-up questions that I asked you about who would have issued such an order, when, or where. Was it your impression that the investigators also understood that they were asking you hypothetical questions?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm asking for his impression, Mr. President.
Pardon me?
I'm asking for his impression, not...
You can ask him what his impression
That's
was,
what I
but
did.
not of what he was doing.
That's exactly what I asked.
Was doing what he was trying to accomplish,
Okay.
I think.
All right. Witness, was it your impression that the questions being posed to you were hypotheticals?
Po,
Yes,
mbreqet e zotit Thaçi,
yes. There were questions which asked also by Thaçi defense, which I considered hypotheticals.
The Office of the Prosecutor of the ICTY, after you gave this statement, decided not to call you as a witness in the Haradinaj case. Is that correct?
po,
Yes,
before your ICTY interview that you've seen, were you ever told that you're a suspect?
Io.
No.
I never put on a defense case, but after giving this statement to the ICTY in 2006, did anyone acting on Mr. Haradinaj's behalf tell you that you would be called as a defense witness if a defense case is put on?
Po thash, nuk kujtuan.
I don't remember with whom I talked, but I know that they were people from his political party who were closer to Ramos. One of the questions asked was, if the defense calls you, can you come and make a statement, such a statement? I said yes, I was ready to do it.
Answering this question hypothetically as you did, that punishment of collaborators was not in Mr. Haradinaj's responsibility, meaning, but the responsibility of the general staff. Did you think that that testimony was exculpatory for Mr. Haradinaj?
Unë thash.
I already said that the aim was not to blame or not Mr. Haradinaj, but just to say what I knew, what I had information about, sure information. I don't know now why in my note I did not change it in a place. I think when it says general staff, I should have made it zone staff. Otherwise, the statement I gave then was in conformity with what I knew.
Mr. President, I'm changing topics and I'm trying to find a 5-minute topic to cover.
Why don't we just go ahead and take the break, and then you can come up with something afterwards.
Even better. Thank you.
I'll give you a moment to think about it. Witness, it's time for the lunch break. You'll be excused now for an hour and a half for lunch. We'll see you back here at 2:30. Do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom. You may leave now. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Mistich, I understand you had a request. Make a statement.
Yes, Mr. President, I just wanted to make an additional submission now that I've had time over the lunch break on the admissibility of the investigator's notes. If I could first start in private session, because the document I wish to discuss is confidential.
Need a private session, please.
Jonas, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Welcome back, witness. We continue with Mr. Misitich's questions of you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask you a few questions related to testimony you gave last week at transcript page 22987, line 16, where you said that collaborators posed a great risk. And I'd like to show you an interview that was given by Mr. Zoran Stojic, who was the chief of the analysis section of the Pristina Center of the Serbian State Security Service from 1996 until 12 June 1999. And Madam Court Officer, this is a video in Albanian, voiceover in Albanian. It's DHT 04913. The English transcript is DHT 04913-TR-ET, and if we could have them side by side. It starts at transcript page 3. And the minute mark in the video is the 9-minute 48-second mark. Is it not playable?
Not because it's Albanian, the audio only comes through the Albanian channel, so we will need the
But there was
interpreters.
no video, you guys.
Kosovës në Maqedoni, ku udhëheqësit e ngushtë të lëvizjes kombëtare për çlirimin e Kosovës kanë qenë të orientimit komunist marksist dhe aty kanë marrë pjesë liderët e Macedonia, Mali.
The leaders of the national movement of the liberation of Kosovo took part, and there were people among the services who were in contact with these people.
Kanë qenë dy drejtime.
There were two directions. One, that the participants from the Kosovo People's Movement would get involved in the political parties, and they were in the Democratic League, the Demo-Christian Party, and the Social Democratic Party. The second was in the village of Drenica. People who'd been convicted were tasked to prepare the Albanians for armed resistance against the law and order forces in Kosovo and Metohija and to proceed with the creation of Republic of Kosovo. This happened in 93, and the second in 1994. During this period, we took some actions to document the existence of these organizations.
Thank you. Witness, is this what he says there about infiltrating the LKCK consistent with your understanding of the threat that was posed by collaborators to the movement?
At the time, I was a local member of the LPK. So the stance of the LPK central authorities with respect to these problems was not known to me, but I have always stated that the enemy will try to infiltrate its people amongst any illegal movement, but I haven't got anything concrete to add with respect to what we saw here.
Madam Court Officer, could we skip ahead to 1347 in the video and in the transcript, please? It's the bottom of page 3 in the transcript, please.
Document is currently confidential and will be going out into the public,
It's broadcast on TV, so there's no reason for it to be confidential.
so it'll be public.
Yes.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
All right. We classify it as public.
Pra më mirë të keni njerëz, a keni pasur shqiptar në mesin tuaj dhe sa ka qenë numri?
Have you had any Albanians amongst you, and what was the number?
Iz profesionalnih razloga ne mogu najkonkretnije da vam odgovaram na ovaj drugi deo.
Për shkak të anës profesionale nuk mund të përgjigjem për pjesën e dytë.
To professional requirements, I cannot answer to the second part, but it is known that if you want to trace thieves, you cannot find them through an honest person. Thus, you need people who engage in these activities. You need to have someone from the inside in order to learn about the activities of the Albanians. You cannot have people named Zora, but you have to have someone called Agim.
Është çështje teknike se si
It's a technical issue as to how to get to these people. These are games that are played by the services, and they will continue as long as there is the information you want.
Një numër mjaft.
Can you say that there was a large number of Albanians who worked for the service?
Witness, my question for you, he mentions there you can't have a Zoran, you need an Agim. Can you confirm that Agim is the Albanian version of the name Zoran in Serbian?
I don't speak the Serbian language that well. I don't know.
And is it, again, consistent with your understanding at the time that the Serbian intelligence services were actively attempting to infiltrate into the KLA.
As far as the KLA is concerned, we always thought that the possibility existed for them to try to infiltrate their members within the KLA ranks, but I cannot give you a specific example.
The video and transcripts into evidence.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
And just, Mr. President, for the record, I didn't call up the Albanian transcript, but just so that we have it for the future, it's DHT 04913-TR.
DHT 04913 to DHT 04913 TRET, and the Albanian translation is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be Exhibit 1D 221, and it's classified public.
Thank you. Madam Court Officer, if we could please have 006867 to 006868 ET, and the Serbian version, which is 006798 to 006991 at page 006867. And if we could go into private session as well, please. Mr. President, if we could go into private session.
Private session. Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. Witness, last week you told the SPO, and this is at preparation note 2, paragraphs 52 to 55, that the zone commanders revolted when they found out you were deputy commander, and you recalled an incident where Ramush Haradinaj fired his weapon in the air. Do you recall speaking about that with the SPO last week, or 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
You said in paragraph 55 of preparation note 2 that you saw this as part of a military coup. Is that what you told the SPO 2 weeks ago?
Yes, this is how I considered it.
Commander, and just for background, this is a time when you say in the preparation note that both you and Azam Sula were forced to resign, correct? You resigned as deputy commander and he resigned as the overall general commander in February of 1999, correct?
Yes. At a meeting of the General Staff, after the revolting of the zone, Operation Zone commanders, we offered to resign Azem Sula, Yakub Krasniki, and myself.
When you saw what you describe as a coup, why didn't you and Azam Sula discipline the zone commanders and have them arrested, for example, for trying to engage in a coup?
Because it would be a tragedy to the KLA itself. We didn't want to enter into conflict with the zone commanders who enjoyed great authority among their soldiers and subordinates. So we, as a matter of fact, accepted their act of revolt and didn't want to cause any split in the ranks of the KLA.
I'm going to summarize for you the testimony of Bislam Zarapi, who testified at page 17657 to 17660 that there was an initial meeting where your presence in the meeting caused Mr. Haradinaj to leave the meeting and state that he would not participate in the meeting if you were present. Do you recall something similar?
At a meeting that Bislim Zarapi called in Likovsk, my presence there arose such kind of reaction among the zone commanders. But Ramush took the floor. He left, actually, the place where we were meeting and fired his weapon.
As a result of his conditions, there was a follow-up meeting where you were not present, correct?
I don't know if there was a follow-up meeting.
Look and see if you know anything about the follow-up meeting, which is P00182, please, at page SPOE 00226397 in the English and the Albanian, please. And you can see what's written down here is who was present for this meeting. Ramush Haradinaj, Rustam Mustafa, Ekrem Reja, Suleiman Salimi, and representatives of the General Staff, Recep Salimi and Bislam Zarapi. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
Ramush is speaking, and he says, Sokol Bashota says he does not trust the leadership. Do you know what Ramush may have been referring to there? Did you express an opinion of distrust of the leadership?
Io.
No.
What he might be referring to there?
Io non che dico.
No, I don't know.
Okay. If we could go to the next page, please. Commander Remy says that in all operational areas we are facing similar problems. If we could turn the page, please. And he also says he fully supports what Ramush said in his speech. And then on this page, he says, I propose Bislam Zarapi for the post of KLA commander. Personally, I do not have any ambitions for any posts. We and the General Staff are responsible for this situation. We will not keep silent any longer. And then finally, if we can go to the next page, please. I think we should appoint a professional as commander who should be accountable to us. I apologize. One more page, please. Suleiman Salimi is quoted as saying, the appointments that have been made in the General Staff are a matter of concern. Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi. I think Sokol Bashota is not up for the job of Deputy Commander. The General Staff has ignored the requests we have made about this issue. Now, were you aware at the time that some of the zone commanders, such as Ramush Haradinaj and Suleiman Salimi, were dissatisfied with your appointment as Deputy Commander and had sent previous requests to the General Staff about the issue?
Bislam Zarapi told me this later.
And what problem, did he tell you what was the problem, why they were so adamantly against you?
To tell you the truth, I don't think they had any convincing arguments against me. They were not braver than me or more courageous than me. In my view, it was an ambition, egoistical ambition on their part, to assume the leadership of the General Staff of the KLA. Initially, I didn't hide the idea that it was a Serbian secret intelligence that introduced such an attitude. But I thought that all the zone commanders were not part of in this category, and I merely consider their attitude as an egoistical ambition.
And you mentioned in your answer that they wanted to assume the leadership of the General Staff of the KLA. In paragraph 180 of its pretrial brief, the specialist prosecutor alleges that Suleiman Salimi did become the KLA General Commander at the end of February 1998. That's correct, isn't it?
Objection misstates the evidence. It was February 1999.
Sorry, I apologize. 99, that's correct. That Suleiman Salimi did become the General Commander of the KLA in February of 1999, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
Go to page 404, please. And here, this is again, I believe, Suleiman Salimi. If Sokol Bashota and Yakub remain in these posts, I will not report to the general staff. Do you see that?
Just kom for
No, it's not on the page before me.
There we go.
It's now.
Yes, it says, if Sokol Bashota and Yakub remain in these posts, I will not report to the general staff. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Isn't it that the zone commanders felt they were so powerful that it was their choice as to whether they would report to the general staff or not? Correct?
Yes.
They were so powerful that they could condition their continued reporting to the general staff by making appointments to the leadership of the general staff, correct?
Yes.
Did not have military police to arrest Ramush or Suleiman Salimi.
It is true that we couldn't do that.
Okay. Is it correct that your relationship with the zone commanders was really more a relationship of mutual consent to work together?
Yes. In most cases, it was on the basis of trust. But I didn't visit the zones myself, never. But at the beginning, our relationship was based on trust, good faith. They were always, in most cases, in all cases, they were elected among their respective zones.
7 in the document, please. Yes, this is again Suleiman Salimi. I will not respond to any requests from or brief you, and I think even my post as commander of the operational zone will be contested. Only then will I carry out all the tasks that the general staff assigns us and will not contest any orders. What is your understanding of what is being said there?
That he continued to oppose me and Jakub Krasniki and Azem Sula.
Am I correct that he is saying he will remain insubordinate until his demands are met?
Yes. Yes.
Power in the KLA from early 1998 and even earlier than that through at least this meeting lay with the zone commanders?
Distinguished lawyer, I have said even earlier that the zone commanders had absolute authorities in the zones where they operated. And if they got together, they could bring about changes, as the case was with the leader of the KLA.
Thank you. The document can be removed from the screen. Now, witness, turning to a different topic, and this is the early stages of the KLA that I'd like to discuss with you. You've testified at P1875 at page 67709 that you attended a meeting in Albania with Azam Sula, Javed Haliti, Jeladin Gashi, Ali Ahmeti, and another person in, I believe, in December of 93. Is that correct?
Yes, I have given this evidence, but I didn't say this.
It's an Azam Sula interview. That's correct. But is that information correct?
Partially it is accurate, because Azem Sula says that it was there that the KLA was formed. I have no information that they discussed the creation of the KLA there.
But here I think you do say in P1870.1 at page 8, lines 8 to 10, you're asked, but was it in 97 when you went to Drenica, was it already obvious to you that there was going to be an armed conflict? And you said yes. Is that right?
I didn't understand the question. I went to Drenica in 97. Are you saying that?
And you were asked, were you already considering that there was going to be an armed conflict already in 1997? And you said yes. Do you recall that?
It was, in my view, the beginning of the war, and it may be possible that there was.
And you've said that Naid Hassani was one of the people in the structure of the KLA in 1997, correct? Until his imprisonment?
Yes.
And that sent you to Drenica. The arrest of Naid Hassani sent you to Drenica, which you considered to be a liberated zone at the time?
My house is in Drenica zone, in a village next to Drenica. And part of that time I spent at home because myself and my brothers kept watch to see whether the police forces were coming there. But part of the time I spent with my family relatives in Drenica.
And I'm now referring to Preparation Note 2, paragraphs 36 to 38. You told the SPO that at this time, 1997, the first core members of what became the central staff were Azam Sula, Jeladin Gashi, Naid Hassani, Javed Haliti, and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
To confirm, you did not mention Hashim Thaçi as one of the members of the central staff, correct?
Correct.
The central staff or general staff until 1998, is that correct?
Hashim Thaçi, to my knowledge, became member of the staff after the establishment of the KLA. We discussed this issue in a Grof's meeting, but he couldn't perform his functions because he moved. He went to Albania a few times, but officially he became a member of the general staff at the end of 98, after the restructuring of the KLA.
Okay, so he formally became a member of the general staff. That would be in November of 98, is that correct?
Yes.
You said the discussion about him joining the general staff started in Negrots in that meeting in June of 98. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Now, I think you've confirmed this on direct, but let me just make sure. Naid Hassani was arrested in January of 1997, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Bayaziti was killed in January of 97. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
At paragraphs 36 to 38, you told the SPO that until Naid Hassani's arrest, communiques were written by Naid Hassani and Jeladin Gashi. Is that correct?
Ata janë marrë me
They were the ones, or they told me that they were writing the communiques.
Do you know if Zahir Payaziti was also issuing public statements? We can call them public statements rather than communiques, but do you know if Zahir Payaziti was also doing that before he was killed?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
You told the SPO, and this is at preparation note 1, paragraph 16, it says, but you never issued any communiques and you do not know who was writing them from the spring, summer of 1998 until the end of the war. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Preparation note 2 at paragraph 37, you say the central staff was still issuing communiques in 1997, but you were not a part of it. You do not know who was issuing these communiques, but before his arrest, communiques were written by Naid Hassani and Jeladin Gashi. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Preparation notes together. You're saying that you know until Naid Hassani's arrest of his involvement in writing communiques, and after that you have no knowledge from end of January 97 through the end of the war of who was writing communiques. Is that correct?
Jo.
No, I didn't.
I just want to be clear on your testimony. You're saying no, you had no knowledge after January of 97, correct?
Ka mujt me shkru.
Jeladin Gashi might have written them with some other members of the staff, but I don't know. Or they may have been written from abroad.
This point, your testimony is that after January of 97, you have no personal knowledge of who was writing communiques from February of 97 until the end of the war. Is that correct?
Jo.
No, it is correct. I didn't know.
Now, you have said at various points, and this is when questioned by the prosecutor last week, and this is at transcript pages 22975, line 12, and 23002, line 23, communiques were written abroad. But you said you didn't know who was writing them. Now, how do you know they were being written abroad if you don't know who was writing them?
Po, së thjeshtë.
Because the people I stayed with didn't tell me that it was me who wrote them. There were speculations that they were written outside of Kosovo. I don't know by whom. But there was this speculation that they were written abroad, in Albania or Switzerland or Germany, I don't know which country. But that was the idea, that they are being written abroad.
Based on, you just said it's speculation. Am I correct, based on this testimony that we've just gone over, that there were no meetings of the general staff to discuss contents of communiques before they were issued? Is that correct?
Io.
No. It is correct what you are saying.
Just for us going back and forth, if you want to agree with me, say correct rather than no, because it makes it confusing as to your answer.
Yes, yes.
Now, you were asked several times why didn't you correct communiques? If you weren't writing them, or do you know, let me ask it a different way. Did you issue communiques in 1997, 1998, or 1999?
Comunicata unë jo.
No.
You think it was your job to issue communiques in those 3 years?
Io.
No.
Job to issue corrections to communiques?
Io sta secondo.
No, it was not.
Let me turn your attention to Exhibit 1D00050, please, in English. And, oh, it's the same, okay. This is Political Declaration number 7, issued on the 13th of August, 1998, where it was publicly announced that the KLA's political representatives are Adem Demaci, Javed Haliti, Fardal Mahmouti, Hashim Thaçi, Faton Mehmetai, Sokol Bashota, and press spokesman Jakub Krasniqi. Now, my first question, it relates to something you told the SPO at paragraph 42 of preparation note 2. Faton Mehmetai was proposed to join the political directorate, but he never joined. Is that what you told the SPO 2 weeks ago?
Po.
Yes.
It says that Adem Demaci was appointed also to be a political representative. Do you see that? It should be in the middle of the, right where your name is circled in the left-hand side. Actually.
Këtu nuk e kam emrin.
I don't see my name.
The last paragraph. Can you read that to yourself?
Oh.
Yes.
Where the appointment of Adem Demaci as a political representative was discussed?
Në që takim kur është
In the meeting where the political directorate was set up, I wasn't present. I heard it later. but I learned of it.
And did you also learn of your own appointment to be a political representative?
Po,
Yes.
nuk e di formën se si.
I don't know how. Maybe somebody summoned me from the cameras, or maybe through the media. But I do know that the General Staff gave great power to Adem Demaci to set up the institutions and for the political and public aspects of the KLA.
Well, just my one final question. I'm sorry.
When it's convenient.
Yes, I'm about finished with this. Witness, if you didn't attend a meeting where you were appointed and Adam Demaci was appointed, and you yourself learned, you say, perhaps through the media, of your own appointment, then it wasn't a collective or collegial decision of the general staff, was it?
Jo, mungesa një antarit të shtabit për
The absence of a member of the General Staff does not mean that it was not a collegiate decision. They could have taken that decision there and then. There was no such obstacle to the taking of such decisions.
Present at these meetings, maybe there was more than just you that wasn't present, right?
Jo nuk e di.
We don't.
Alone who made these appointments, correct?
Ka të ngjarë, nuk e di.
It's likely, but I don't know.
We're about to take a break, but after the break, we'll discuss more examples of decisions that may not have been made collectively.
We'll give you a short 10-minute break, witness. We'll come back to the courtroom in 10 minutes. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, just for the record, I wanted to alert the panel and the parties that we're going to ask for an interpretation check for the provisional transcript, page 108, lines 22 to 23. We think the word establishment should be restructuring, but we'll have that checked.
Thank you. Do you anticipate being finished in this session?
Unfortunately not, Mr. President.
Not. I just was interested. All right, Mr. Misitich, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, picking up where we left off, you've said you don't know who was issuing communiques from February 97 until the end of the war. Doesn't that necessarily mean that the substance of communiques were not collegial decisions of the general staff or the central staff?
I do not know who issued them. There was no specific decision taken at a meeting of the General Staff with respect to the issuance of communiques. At least to the best of my recollection, I don't think there was any such decision.
And my point is, whoever was issuing them was not issuing them collegially with you and other members of the central staff, later general staff, correct?
Correct.
Let's establish how many meetings of the general staff you attended in 1998. Now, in preparation note 2, at paragraphs 46 to 49, and again on questioning by the prosecutor, you mentioned a meeting in Negrots in Mr. Krasnici's house in June of 1998, and you said present were Mr. Krasnici, Mr. Recep Salimi, Mr. Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Lahi Brahimai, and yourself, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
Transcript page 23021, lines 22 to 23, you said that you cannot call this a meeting of the general staff. Why can't you call it a meeting of the general staff?
It was because these names were never made public, and as such we were not able to complete the tasks that I mentioned there. As a matter of fact, I only saw those functions outlined upon my arrival here when they were shown to me.
At this meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Could you have a collective decision without the overall commander participating?
I do not know if anyone was in contact with Azem Suda, but what I know is that during that meeting only the spokesman was appointed as a result of the propaganda against the Kosovo Liberation Army. So all we were aiming for was to have a point man, a point of contact that would represent the policies carried out by the Kosovo Liberation Army.
At this meeting.
I don't think so, no.
Discussion of communiques.
No.
At paragraph 49 of preparation note 2, you told the SPO that you do not recall any other general staff meetings around June of 1998. Is that correct?
I cannot recall, no.
Okay. What about March of 98? Any meetings?
I don't know, I don't believe so. As far as I know, no, there weren't. I don't remember.
1998.
I don't think so.
Ahead to July, then, if we could have exhibit P00643 on the screen, please. Now, the document, and Witness, this purports to be minutes taken of KLA meetings in July of 1998. The first references a 9 July 1998 meeting. It says a decision is taken for the distribution of the regulation, the establishment of the formations from all levels to companies. Javed Haziri was assigned to deal with the regulation of GS. The interview with, and then it cuts off. Do you recall being present at any meeting where such topics were discussed in July 1998?
Jo, nuk kam qenë këtë takim.
No, I did not take part in this meeting out of a family reason. My father died at the end of June. And I was dealing with family matters at the time. So I do not remember this document.
Witness, we raised this issue when Mr. Zarapi testified, but let me see if you can help us. Are you able to read the sentence in Albanian concerning Javed Haziri?
Po, vetëm Vetazir,
Yes, do you mean paragraph, the first paragraph?
This is Javed Haziri. Read it out loud.
në këtë mbledhje.
At this meeting, I do not know of the rest. The General Staff, Javed Haziri, was appointed. This is not my handwriting, and I'm having difficulty deciphering it. I do not know what the rest of it after the word for is. It's handwriting that I have difficulty reading.
Haziri was ever appointed Chief of Staff? Of the General Staff?
No, I do not.
All right. So you weren't present at this meeting. Were you ever present at a meeting where regulations were discussed?
Ka mundësi.
It is likely. I do not know with any specificity as to what regulations we're talking about, but it is possible. Bislim Zurabi usually dealt with regulations as a career officer that he was, but I do not know which of the regulations in particular we're talking about.
The restructuring. Do you have any specific recollection of any discussion at a General Staff meeting of regulations?
Nuk u kujtohet tash.
I can't recall now. We're all human beings. 25 years have elapsed since that time, and I might confuse this with the latter part of the restructure of the KLA. But I know that before the arrival of Bislim Zurabi as a career officer that he was, and other career officers, we had limited knowledge of military regulations, so I do not recall, to be frank with you.
On in the document, then it references a 23 July 1998 meeting. Bislim Zarapi comes to the headquarters and assumes the position of chairman of the operational directorate. The Rahovets case was discussed. The defensive point fell on a group of saboteurs. At the command level were the soldiers of Cheliku. do you recall being present at a meeting on or around the 23rd of July, 1998, where the topic of the Rahovec offensive was discussed?
I am aware of what's happened at Rahovec. That is an event that occurred without the approval of the General Staff. It was discussed in one of the meetings, and Bislim Zarapi was tasked with deciding on this offensive of Rahovec, but I cannot recall the exact date.
Who else was present when this topic was discussed? You and Bislim Zarapi, and do you know who else was present?
I
don't know who the others were, but yes, there were members of the General Staff present at that meeting. I can't remember the names, though.
Okay. The notes don't reflect any discussion of collaborators or communiques. Is that consistent with your recollection of that meeting?
Po.
Yes.
On the page, other than these two meetings, do you have any recollection of any other General Staff meetings in July of 1998?
No, I don't recall.
According to August, there's a reference to a meeting on the 16th of August, 1998, KLA General Staff. In this meeting, it was reported about the operational situation on the ground after the first large-scale offensive in Drenica, which was continuing in perhaps Dukajin, where fierce fighting took place. In this meeting, they talked about the special war and about the organized and deliberate actions of the FARC officers who were represented by Tahir Zemai had taken against the KLA and the war in general. In this meeting, there was a long talk about the appointments of the commanders of the KLA operational zones, about the formation of the brigades, and the appointment of their commanders. Do you recall this meeting? Were you present, first I should ask you?
Nobody.
I don't know. Maybe, but I can't recall.
Having been present, do you have a specific recollection of having been present?
No, I don't remember, no.
If I can just finish my question. Do you have a specific recollection of...
Forgive me.
Any General Staff meetings where the topic of Tahir Zemai was discussed?
I heard about the Tahir Zemai case tangentially through other people and not within the General Staff. I don't believe so. I don't believe that I ever heard anything about Tahir Zemai during General Staff meetings. I can't remember.
The reference, do you recall being present at a meeting where the special war was discussed?
It is difficult to recall what discussions we had in detail, but it was widely known that there was special warfare against the Kosovo Liberation Army. This was widely known, and it is possible that I took part in a meeting where it was discussed, and whether I got this information through communiques, through the media, or through presence to a meeting, I cannot establish and say with certainty here, but I'm not excluding the possibility that this came via a meeting of the General Staff. I simply cannot recall.
The term special war.
Tash edhe muj me gabun.
I may make an error in using the definition, but it's a propaganda against the values that you're offering. So it's propaganda carried out by others in order to insult or distort the work that you and the organization that you represent is carrying out. That is how I understand it.
What about September? First, let me ask you, other than potentially 16 August, do you have a specific recollection of having attended any general staff meeting in August of 1998?
Muaj nuk e di.
I can't tell you exactly which months were they when I was present. I really cannot recall. My memory is not fresh enough to be able to determine how many meetings I took part in and which were they.
Of 1998, where were you personally based?
Une në korrekt në fshatin tim.
I was based in my village in July because that is where the positions of the KLA were. So above the village of Kiev, a defensive line was drawn between the positions of the KLA and those of the Serbs, and I stayed within the territory controlled by the Kosovo Liberation Army. It was what I might call a hot point, a position overlooking Kiev, and it would have been the first point to penetrate into Drenica from the decision of the south, to penetrate from the by the Serbian forces, that is. So I mainly stayed in my own village in Drenica.
Where was, to your knowledge, the General Staff HQ in July?
Në Divjak ne kemi pas
There was a house in Divjak which was used by us, the illegals. A gentleman owned that house and did not hesitate in lending it to the people at risk. From that moment onwards, that house was one which we had at our disposal. This is at Divjak. The man's name is Nezir Zogay, and he was subsequently arrested.
Turning to September, do you recall, and this is the period, you'll agree with me, that July, August, September, and into October, the Serbian offensive is taking place, correct?
Po, atëherë ka pas
Yes, there was an intensity of Serbian offensives from Komoran to Klina, but also throughout other territories. There was fighting all over.
Any General Staff meeting that you attended in September of '98?
Dear Counsel, you're putting me into some difficulty trying to recall exact months. I'm not excluding the possibility that I took part in a meeting, but I don't know. I took part in meetings of the General Staff from time to time. Meetings of the General Staff were held but they became more frequent after the destruction of the KLA with the arrival of Bislim. And at the time we dealt with logistical issues of the period.
It's October, so let me ask you some specific questions about October and whether there were any meetings held. You do know that the Holbrooke-Milosevic agreement ceasefire was negotiated and took effect around the middle of October 1998, correct?
Yes.
Meetings where compliance with the terms of the ceasefire was approved.
It's possible. It's possible that I did. I can't recall exactly.
So you have no recollection that the General Staff convened and said, we're going to comply with the ceasefire and we need to tell all KLA troops to comply, correct?
I can't recall in detail. What I know is that there was a ceasefire on the part of the KLA too, but I don't know whether this came via a communique or out of a meeting of the General Staff. That I cannot remember.
Let me take it step by step. You have no recollection that compliance with the ceasefire was discussed at a meeting of the General Staff. Did I understand you correctly?
That's right. I can't remember.
Testimony, you say you have no knowledge of who was issuing communiques, so you have no knowledge that issuing a communique to comply with the ceasefire was ever discussed, correct?
Correct, yes.
And at the end of October, if we could have 1D00166, please, ET in the English. In both languages, yes. Page 2, please. Witness, I'd ask you to take a look at this document. It is in evidence here, and it is an agreement reached between the representatives of FARC and representatives of the KLA to join forces. Signed, I believe, on the 2nd of, the meeting took place on the 31st of October, 98, and I believe it's signed on the 2nd of November, 98. Are you familiar with this agreement? And if we could turn to the last page, that might refresh your recollection. Actually, sorry. Then, no. Page 4, I'm sorry. There's an annex to this agreement where it was agreed that Agim Cheku would be commander and you would be deputy commander, as well as Ismet Aliyah. Are you familiar with this agreement?
No, I'm not. I'm seeing this for the first time.
Under this agreement, the chief of staff of the KLA would become Bislam Zarapi. You've never seen... Let me ask a different question. Were you aware generally that there was an agreement between FARC and the KLA to unify?
I understood from what Bislim Zurapi told me of that agreement, and I understood that FARC would and its officers who wished to join the fight in Kosovo would come under the umbrella of the KLA, and they would be using the logo of the KLA. As far as the appointments that are being shown to me, these are new to me. I had not seen it before, and I was not a party to this agreement at all.
So if the agreement is new to you and you've never seen it before, then it's fair for me to conclude that this agreement was never discussed at a general staff meeting before it was agreed to, correct?
Aty ku komisionore nuk
It was this agreement was never discussed in meetings which I attended. Agim Cheku joined the war at the end of it.
Wasn't discussed at any meeting you attended. Let me ask you, do you have any knowledge of any particular meeting where it was discussed but you weren't present?
unë thash vetëm për aq sa më ka thonë
I said what I learned from Bislim Zirapi, that yes, there was an agreement for FARC soldiers to come under the umbrella of the KLA. That's what I understood. In addition to the career officers to arrive.
This is a major decision for which you have no knowledge that the general staff collectively considered the agreement and agreed to it, correct?
a mund të referohem datës
Can I have a look at the date, please? Because I wasn't able to see it properly, the date of this agreement, that is.
Back 2 pages, please. At the bottom, please. You see it's signed by Bislam Zarapi and Kadri Vaseli on behalf of the KLA. Let me ask you again and rephrase it. You have no knowledge that the general staff collectively authorized Kadri Vaseli and Bislam Zarapi to sign this agreement, correct?
jo e saktësisht.
Correct, yes.
My suggestion to you is that there were major decisions being taken on behalf of the KLA that did not involve a collective or collegial decision-making process by the members of the KLA before the restructuring, such as this agreement, such as compliance with the ceasefire, such as the appointment of the political representatives in August. Do you agree with me?
Po.
Yes, I do.
Is that communiques were even being issued without collective decision-making of the general staff, correct?
Unë nuk më pas informacion edhe
I have never had any information about the process of the issuance of communiques, and I can infer that that's what it was like.
But you were in the general staff from the very beginning, and so I'm putting to you as a fact, if you don't know anything about it, then it wasn't collectively discussed or decided concerning communiques at the general staff, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Witness, now let's go to something that happened in November. Well, let me ask a couple of other questions. Did the general staff receive drafts of regulations and approve them before they were issued? And I'm asking about something you personally know.
disa rregullore të cilat I ka
Some rules that Bislim Zirapi brought and were discussed.
ato
But after the restructuring of the KLA,
So I should have limited my question to before the restructuring. Did you receive regulations and review drafts before they were approved?
Regular.
I don't remember whether we received any regulations.
Attend a general staff meeting where there was a discussion of setting up detention centers.
Maybe you can explain to me what you mean by detention centers. You mean those free areas of the KLA or something else?
Yeah, I'm not referring to checkpoints. I'm referring to places to hold people who are under suspicion for being collaborators.
No, I don't know anything about that. I don't believe there was any meeting.
Media interviews by individual members of the general staff, were they discussed and approved before the media interviews were given?
No. I don't think so. Public statements were the exclusive right, I am not saying that it was correct, of the individuals who gave them. We didn't agree on any statements, only those that the spokesperson of the KLA issued.
At transcript page 22986, beginning at line 22, you said as follows. I had the punitive measure, so the question was, when you were given an opportunity to correct your statements last week, why didn't you correct this part? And you said, I had the punitive measures in mind, in the sense that we did not have any written document for specific cases. For general cases, there were appeals to everyone for them not to collaborate with the enemy. Then it was the responsibility of zone commanders for actions. Question, now I follow you. And what you've just described, was that a collective decision of the general staff? And you say, I believe it was a collective decision. Now, you said, as I said, you said in paragraph 37 of preparation note 2, and you repeated here again today, you do not know who was issuing communiques after January of '97, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
Being made after January of '97, not to collaborate, who was issuing those appeals?
I declared then, before the tribunal, I referred to the communiques or articles, the appeals made through the communiques to this category.
When it was suggested to you that it was a collective decision of the general staff, you accepted the suggestion in the question. And so I'm going to ask you, when was it collectively decided by the general staff, and by whom specifically in the general staff, to issue an appeal not to collaborate? If it was.
I don't know of any concrete decision by the general staff, but in general, they spoke about this category. And what I read through the communiques appearing on behalf of the general staff, that's where what I had in mind, that's what I refer to.
So we need to make a distinction here. You're now saying that whoever was issuing the communiques was making this appeal, correct?
Yes.
Again, I just want to be clear here. You're saying that you don't have any knowledge of any specific meeting or time or place or people who ever discussed issuing communiques to appeal to people not to collaborate. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. I'm trying to explain again. In all my interviews, I gave them after the event. And when you refer to past time and event, you can get mixed up. But I referred each time to the communiques that I saw, where I read that such appeals were made to the collaborators to stop collaborating with the enemy. That's what I wanted to say.
I want to turn to a different topic. At your statement P01870.5, page 10, beginning at line 20 in the English, and page 11, beginning at line 1 in the Albanian. You told the ICTY that the general staff was in command of the operational staff, and the operational staff was comprised of zone commanders. Do you recall that?
Yes, I said this, but in the sense of the hierarchy after the restructuring of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Yes. And when did the operational staff exist?
The operation staff when the operation zones were set up, that is after the restructuring.
Okay, was there an operational staff in 1997?
In 97, it was not properly organized as such, with the imprisonment of Naid Hassani and the departure of Jeladin Gashi to Albania, then with the murder of Zaire, imprisonment of Zogaj, the operational staff was dismembered in the sense of functioning.
Okay. Did the operational staff have meetings, to your knowledge?
It had some meetings, mainly were called by Naid Hassani.
Do you have any knowledge of what was discussed at these meetings of the zone commanders?
From what Naid Hassani told me, yes, unification of the groups, that is, calls to these groups to merge, to unite, to enlarge such groups, to recruit new people, and they discuss the forms of logistical support for such groups.
The issue of collaborators in their ranks at these meetings of zone commanders.
No, this I don't know.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about a topic that the prosecutor brought up with you. If we could go to SPOE 00230829 to SPOE 00230900ET, revised 1, at page SPOE 00230871 in the English, and the same in the Albanian. Should be page 43 of the PDF. Witness, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions on this. First, you'll see that what's written in, and you'll recall you were asked some questions about this. This was from Mr. Krasnici's book concerning the discussions at Negrots, correct?
Po,
Yes.
Do you see in there, for example, a political directorate in the book?
po,
Yes.
All right, I correct myself. This is a manuscript and not a book. Where do you see a political directorate?
Përgjegjës për drejtorinë politike.
The persons in charge of the political directorate. In paragraph 910.
Yes, and that was a discussion there where it would be Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Vaseli, and Javed Haliti. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
Purportedly is information directorate above that. Yes? Is it correct that information directorate meant Mr. Thaçi at that time was dealing with the media?
unë nuk e di,
I don't know, but this is in conformity with the appointments, because to my knowledge, there wasn't a political directorate at that time.
Well, I'm just asking you now a more general question. Was it your understanding that Mr. Thaçi at this time, around June of '98, was primarily dealing with the media?
unë nuk e di, mes
I don't know what Mr. Thaçi dealt with at the time. I don't recall this. I had something happening in my family in June, and I was focused on my family after the death of my father. But I don't remember that he was dealing with the media.
Mr. President, I see the time.
Mr. Bashota, that is the end of your testimony for today. You'll have to be back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll continue at that time. Mr. Cherkini, thank you for being with us as well. You may both leave the courtroom now. Mr. Bashota, please do not discuss this matter with anyone outside of the courtroom. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.